Yo, yo, yo. What's going on, everybody? Huh. That's weird. I don't have a chat today. That's super weird. Like, it's not popping up for me. Huh. That's very weird. Somebody tagged me. Let me know if you guys see a text chat. I don't see one. Huh, that's weird. You guys all see it, but I don't. That's even weirder. Okay, well, hopefully it switches back on. I'm going to just go ahead and start. But welcome, everybody. Feel free to drop a like. Please and thank you. I'm going to aim for 100 likes today. Normally, I only aim for 50. You guys normally destroy that 3 times over. But as you guys can see from the daily levels, again, this is the chart that has, like, you know, a million levels on it. This is the chart that has all the emerging candles, all the halfway points. This isn't the one you guys have been watching me use for the majority of the week. But let's check out the daily first. So the daily, and you can see we're at about 395.20s after that PPI report came out. Not expected, or they were over expected numbers. If it would have been the other way around, we'd probably be pumping that amount. So big thing for me is the 388, 390s. This is an area I've talked about multiple days in stream over the past week or two. I've been talking about us possibly needing to retest this if we don't just get a complete breakout to the upside. And it looks like that's what we're going to be doing. We're at about the 395.20s, which puts us right above this area here. So let's go down to the smaller time frames. And you'll see the blue area that I have, that lower blue area. This is this more short-term support from all of this basing we've had after having that CPI report come out, and then we had PAL. Both of those basically held inside of this range. Now we have price back to sitting on this support. So this support is everything today. This is what I talked about. If we have a higher open, we can either look for us to try and hold previous day highs and continue on. If we get a lower open, which is what we're getting, we can watch to see if this support holds. If this support holds, you can look for bounce plays. If it breaks, you can look for fades down, or sorry, pullbacks down towards this trend line, down towards 390, 388. That's kind of the majority of the plan for the day. I wouldn't go too hard today just because of how much has already moved, but overall, I would definitely just kind of trade light today. But overall, I think it's going to be a really good day, even with this big candle coming down from the PPI data coming out. But let's go ahead and cover a couple things on the other chart to get our smaller time frame TA done. But I just wanted to give you all that so you have a little bit of understanding of what I'm looking for. Also, even though we had that big report, the dollar didn't really move that much. It actually wicked down and is already almost back to where it was. They even almost went to where they came from. So the dollar didn't really react that well, so it's not like that's going to long-standing hurt us until that continues higher. So definitely keep the dollar on watch to see what kind of strength it has today. But overall, let's get our smaller time frame TA done. So we're going to be watching under 392.60s as well as the previous day low. So we have kind of a general area to look out for downside movement. We'll look to see if they can break that. And if they can, then this will be really good for pullbacks. If they continue holding this, though, this area, you'll definitely continue to see some bounces today. And then we'll most likely finish within the range. So let me do watch over. Let's get our previous day levels done. Previous day open. Previous day close. Is that it? Previous day lows there. Previous day high is here. I don't have to add anything else. Pre-market high is basically touched by that 399 level. Pre-market low. Kind of just in that vague area. We don't have to mess with it. We'll just leave it how it is now. Alright, cool. So we'll continue to look for bounces from there, and we'll look over the previous day close in 396.40s for short-term push-up. So I'll say 396.50s for short-term bulls into PDH, which is previous day high, 397.30s. Over that towards 399/400. Below 394s slash, I'm gonna do like a combination, so we'll do both. Bam. All right, we got all that done. And yeah, the YouTube chat's still not popping up for me, but feel free to drop a like, guys. Let's get a couple more likes on the stream in the pre-market prep. But glad to have you all. Good morning to each and every one of you. I don't know why this is still not loading for me, but I'm not going to complain. I'm just going to move on. Let's go to AMD. Let's open up to the 5-day, 5 minutes so I can see a little more. Just a quick look at what the BB bot's posting. It's my boy Callan, Justin, and Michael. But they're posting Apple, 143.16. You got a couple targets there. Below 142, got a couple targets there. And you can see the rest for the rest of these here. And I'll leave this up for about a minute or two, or about a minute. Just give you guys a second to actually take all the information in. Let me load it like that. There we go. Now you can see the market notes as well. Feel free to join my Discord and type on the trade floor. You don't have to have a membership to type, but if you join there, I'll see your messages quicker. If you are trying to ask me something, I can still not see the YouTube chat, so nothing I can do about it. But good morning. I'm sure a lot of you said GM or good morning. Or not. Alright, I'm going to move this from the screen. So screenshot it or pause it. But I'm going to go back to what I was looking at. Alright, so AMD. And guys, with what we've seen today with SPY, we've seen the PPI data come out. Is it smart to trade heavy today? No. You should probably trade light. You should probably just look for 1 or 2 opportunities tops. And past that, I really would just chill. But let's get at least a couple levels going for a couple of these charts. So let's get our previous day lows. So I'm going to grab the meat, and the wick. Previous day high, the wick of it. Sorry, I was talking to my dog. We'll go from meat to wick. Actually, I'm going to delete this because I'm actually getting kind of tired of people asking, is that a zone? Like, technically, yes, but no. It's just a combination of levels. Let's get our previous day open marked. Previous day close. Did that even mark right? I guess so. Alright, so we can look over 70.50 for short-term push into the previous day high slash pre-market high. And we can look for a break under the 69s, basically, 69.19, 69, for a further breakdown into 68.50, 68, and 67.50. So I'm going to just delete it, but I'm doing every 50 cents down. So let's type AMD out. Below 69 towards 68, 50, 68, 57, 50. All right, we got AMD done. Let me open this up a little more. There we go. Tesla. Morning, Risen Anger. Glad to see you. I'm on the wrong Tesla chart. So Tesla had a pretty nice pop this morning. The PPI came out, and they're back down to basically pre-market lows. So they didn't really break much, and they're still kind of relatively close to previous day close, so nothing crazy there. So definitely come back to that one. If we want, we could definitely mark this chart up. True high, wick high. Previous day close is close to a level. Previous day open, add that. And previous day lows. So we have a kind of a combination of levels here. Pre-market highs up here, pre-market low. Might as well just wait for 171.99. Tesla's done. Apple, I left this level here because it was a very, very impressive rejection yesterday. We had that high, and then we had that lower high up against the previous day high at that point. Now we're another 2 days out, and we've pushed up above it, tried holding it here, it looked like, and then we had that PPI data come out. So that'll definitely be the area to watch, as well as the pre-market high for a potential push up to the upside above 144 and 144.50s. For downside, though, it's a different story. For downside, though, previous day open mixed with your pre-market low. I'm not going to grab that wick. I'm going to grab down here. So it looks like under 142s, low 142s, you could definitely look for more downside action. But we'll definitely check out Apple. We have to look at Apple. It's literally the king of the market. Pre-market high, we already have pre-market low marked. Previous day close, no need to add it. Previous day open, no need to add it. There's levels there. So we pretty much have everything we need here for NVIDIA. This one's pretty set. I'm going to add NVIDIA too, even though we already have AMD. $167.75, 166. Amazon. We'll add the wick of the highs because we have 2 there, so a very important level there. Pre-market high. And Amazon took a nasty fall. Previous day open. It looks like a lot of them took sell-offs under their open and are just kind of fighting that pivot point right now. So it looks like yesterday opens on a lot of these charts I've already looked at are going to be a big crucial factor today. So have to pay attention to that. Let's see here. So we'll definitely come back to that one. Damn, Baba. Okay, for once, Baba's not just gapped up or gapped down. They actually just kind of sat against resistance. Okay, this is something we can work with. So here's our yesterday's open, yesterday's lows. I'm just going to combine this one. What do we have here? So we have like a pretty good breakout that headed into a support. So it looks like 92.60 is a good short-term level, but might as well just wait for 91.08 or 91 flats. We could say under 91 on Baba or over 95 if it even moves out of range. It could just maintain inside of that range. Netflix, though, holding very strong. Wow, they didn't even react to PPI data. Nice. Okay. So we could definitely watch Netflix over 322, where we can watch them retrace under 315. So keep that one on watch. I'll come back to it. Meta's perfectly in range, so we'll definitely come back to that one, which is good. It's good to see Meta and Netflix, at least a couple of these, trying to hold range. Therefore, it kind of gives us a chance to see any strength in other tickers. If those continue to hold or even push higher, that could definitely help momentum. Google, bit of an ugly day for them. A lot of stocks were kind of just trading to the right or even moving a little bit higher. Then they sold off a little bit. This one completely sold off and maintained, making that new low, not just once, but twice, and a third time, and then they finally maintained in that range. So 93.50 is a pretty crucial level. I'd say that previous day close is a good level, previous day opens a good level. And then, of course, the meat of that pre-market low. So keep eyes under 93. I don't know if I'd short this today. I'd just kind of keep it on watch, especially if the market doesn't move lower, just because if this does continue lower, it's going to be kind of leading away from everything. You don't want to do that. Let me delete this level. Actually, no, let's keep that level. That looks really good. Resistance into support. Delete that junk. So, yeah, we'll come back and check Microsoft, but that looks pretty good in between those levels. Square. Previous day close, previous day open, previous day lows, previous day highs, pre-market high. So they're perfectly in range. Like I said, they kind of either are close to open or they've rejected from open on a lot of these charts I've looked at. So that's in a very nice range as well. We can definitely go back to that. This one is a little bit of a peculiar case here on Boeing, because we were looking for good rejections under it here, and we did get one good push down. But since then, we got a really good push up and then a really good shooting star, which is actually bearish. But now we're above that level again at 180.50s. The level I'm looking at is 180.20s. You can see we're actually holding that area. So I would honestly be looking for bounce plays for Boeing to the upside as long as it holds this area, and look for shorts if it can crack previous day low. So maybe I'll type that one out. All right, cool. So leave the list like that. There's a couple else we could look at, but I'm going to leave the list how we have it now. I like AMD. I like NVIDIA the most, probably. Boeing's more of a case that we've been following for weeks, so that's really why I like that one the most, or one of the most. And then Tesla, of course, because duh. But we'll make sure to go through. I always go through at least this side of the list, and then I go through all the sectors too. But let me send this out to everybody because I am a little late today. So let me send this out to everyone, make sure everybody has it. One second. I think it's sending out to everybody still. All right, cool. And like I said, I still can't see the YouTube chat. I don't want to refresh the screen because I'm kind of scared the chat might or the stream might not reload, so I just kind of want to leave it as is. But overall, if you don't know where to go, you can actually go to this link here. You should be able to click on this, and if not, you can go to the bio of my YouTube, click on it, and you can actually type on the trade floor if you really need to get a question out or really just get something out. And I really do apologize that there's nothing I can do about it. Again, just more YouTube fun. But let's go back over SPY one more time. Again, we're seeing some buyers finally step in for the dollar, which is actually what we should be seeing considering we just fell so hard. But overall, go back out to this chart. Go to the daily again. Zoom in. And like I said, we're going to be dealing with a higher or lower open. Today we're getting a lower open. But this is what I mean by that is the open is the decider. So if we would have opened here, we'd be looking to hold previous day highs and look to see if we can break 398.50s to get to 400 or 400 160. That'd be the bullish scenario. The bearish scenario, which still isn't that bearish yet, needs to not just open lower, which is what they're doing right now, but also crack this support. So before the bigger drop can happen to 390, 388, and possibly even see 385, you might see like a wick down and then us pick back up and close in here. The big thing to look out for is, can we break this support? 392.60s, 393.60s. So go down to that 5 minute. You'll see that's what we perfectly tested as support with that wick. That's what needs to be broken before reaching trend line in this lower area down here between 388 and 390. So keep that on watch. But that's what we're going to be looking out for today. This chart I have over here is just to give me more levels, but I have essentially the same breaking point to the downside because we have a bigger time frame level there. So very, very important to keep that on watch. All right, I opened the YouTube stream on another tab, but I think it's gonna make me lag. Yeah, I can't do that. All right. But does that make sense to everybody? I know I can't see your answers, but actually, I'm just gonna try refreshing it. Okay, I refreshed it, and all of your messages are here. Let's go. I can actually see everybody. Welcome, everybody. I'm glad to see you all. I can see everybody. Good morning. I missed all your messages, but good morning. Michelino was first. Glad to see. TGIF. Good morning, though. Glad to finally see y'all. Y'all are all so beautiful. So now that I can see everybody, does my TA make sense on SPY, on what we're looking for in the bigger and smaller time frames? I mean, it's pretty clear cut. It's really just kind of waiting on it to happen. But also think about the third scenario, the one that I really don't talk about as much. I mean, this week I've talked about it a pretty hefty amount. But the third scenario is that we don't do anything. We just sit in between the range of 392.60s and 399, sorry, and just kind of sit in between here. We just kind of sit in between inside of that PPI candle. So that's a big thing to watch out for. All right, let me open up the music again because it is kind of boring just hearing me. Let me turn it down here. All right, cool. Keeping tabs on Netflix if the market wants to bounce, showing strength in the pre-market. Good idea, yeah, because it has that strength from that analyst upgrade. I finally saw y'all's messages. Happy Friday, Rowdy. The Discord, Jarrett. But I just covered everything in stream, so, and you have it all right here, so there's not anything extra to look at. General Motors, you got served, yo. Glad to see you, man. NVIDIA close to the top of trend line, was there before the drop. Pretty crazy too how they bring us up to the 399. You know, making people think, oh, as long as we hold 397s, we should be bullish. And then the data comes out and it's like, nope. You prefer Toyota? I don't really have a preference, to be honest. I think they're all scummy. A vehicle's a vehicle. But guys, drop right now what YouTube tickers you got, or what YouTube tickers, what tickers on the stock market that you're looking at today, and give me a little tiny reason why. I'm gonna go grab a water real quick. Southerly at about 15 with gusts to 25 miles an hour. Barometric pressure 30.00 and is rising. And no precipitation. We're about a half inch behind, correction, a half inch ahead for the year, and 1 53/100ths behind for the year so far. We'll be looking for a little bit of a change tomorrow, and of course the possibility of some scattered showers. Today, of course, there's nothing showing up on the radar. However, the satellite photo was pretty interesting for the western half of the U.S. Rain showers and thunder showers along that frontal system, and that wide band of fairly heavy snow. Now, what will happen each time that you see the frontal system on there, that begins at all right, back. Swung some puts. Let's see how they pan out. New to your channel, TA, can you walk us through? No, I will not. That takes way too long. If you want to check out everything I do on my channel, Let me show you real quick. I should really just start pinning this to the top of every stream. I'm going to do that now. Let me do this. Share, so it's a blank link, not a link that has like the timer stuck to it. But if you want to know anything about how I do it, what I do, any questions in that general area, check out the pinned message. It's a long YouTube video, but that takes way too long to go over. You're asking me this at right before open. That's a little wild. Barrett Gold out of the weekly TTM squeeze. Good watch. Yeah, gold finally getting some more movement. I remember a while back we were looking at silver. I actually sold some silver. I sold it on the first run up to 23. So I'm glad to be out of that, or most of my physical silver. But yeah, silver's making a comeback too. Whoops, wrong one. Right here. Pretty nice uptrend since they built that base. They made that low, a little bit of a lower low, and they made a higher low, higher low, higher low again, and they started pushing up another push. They got above this old resistance, held it as support. So as soon as they held 20, that was pretty bullish. How's the oil doing? Oil's under 72s, guys, so this could get pretty ugly for oil, which is good for us as a consumer who has to pay for gas. I don't care what they say. Even though gas has come down, it's still not where it was. So I think all of us would appreciate a dip in gasoline price. So definitely check that one out. No problem, Waleed. Sorry if I said your name wrong. Let's see if I'm missing anything. Docu earnings with big gap up, possible short. I don't like to play earnings the day after. There are some people, I think even Devin likes to trade it after, but I don't like trading earnings tickers. But you could, if it has a good move, definitely just check out the gap, watch for the main support to break, or if it's a gap down, watch for the resistance to break. Good morning, Miggy. Glad to have you in here. Good morning, Will. Looking at healthcare B, XLB above 140. 20 looks good. Potential for 3 white soldiers pattern. Watching TXT, they gapped up a few days ago due to winning a large contract. Very nice. I don't have strong conviction today based on the chart, but there might be a setup if SPY extends weekly low. And that's what I'm talking about. Being able to, and good stuff, man. That's exactly what I'm talking about. Is you should have not just self-awareness, but market awareness. You know, if you know the market is not in a favorable spot, should you go trade your normal hefty amount? No. Trade lighter or don't trade at all. It's a very easy decision. Now, that's the part that's hard in trading. It's not taking a trade and winning it or losing it and then moving on. The hard part is what you do in between your trades. Not just jumping on every single, not just jumping on every single signal that pops up on your screen, but being able to maintain in between each trade, not just jumping in everything, not being super emotional. Tesla retested support over and over again, moved higher, so the upside potential is there. Maybe a short-term upside, so I'll be mindful of its overall previous bearish trend. Yeah, I mean, Tesla has been taking some hits. They also have a lot of headwind with just bad news right now, so that's kind of why they've been holding down more in comparison to a lot of the general market. But that's not a horrible thing. Exactly. Sit on your hands until you see your edge. Once you see your edge, slam that trade with no hesitation. And we don't have to expect anything. We've already gone over what we know is going to happen. We know what to look for upside. We know what to look for downside. Gord, I just said I don't trade earnings tickers. Maybe you didn't hear me. I'll show you. Volatility's increased, all that good stuff. And yeah, this looks good because it moved a lot. But guess what? Now it's not going to want to move as much today. No, you're fine, Gord. But the reason I don't like to trade things like that is because they, a lot of the time, don't move the day after. Sorry, English is hard. So that's a big reason I don't trade them. You'll see other people say, oh, I love trading earnings. And then, yeah, and you'll see their big wins, but they also don't show you their huge losses. And that's a big thing with people who share their gains. I promise you, every single person whose gains you've ever seen, they have 2 times as many losses. If they're a person who doesn't show losses or talk about them at all. So, just to let you know, that's a pretty favorable rule of thumb there. But it actually looks like we're holding pretty decent in pre-market. Even though we took this nasty fall, we're still holding really well on yesterday's lows and this general area here from the bigger time frames. So I really am saying there's potential for both sides here today. But let me get Devin in here. We're about to start the open market stream. We open in 4 minutes. So let me get my boy in here. But focus on the plays I've covered, guys. I mean, if it isn't here, or if it isn't from here, just don't take it. Let's just try to survive till Tuesday, Wednesday time. Where's my cord doing? Oops.
Yo,
Wait, hold up. Hold up. Say that again.
yo.
All right, I'm gonna leave you right there. I'm tired of people saying they can't hear you, so I'm just gonna turn you up loud as hell.
I did go back and listen to myself yesterday. It was kind of quiet.
Yeah, but some people heard you perfectly fine. I think some people are just listening to other things too loud or not paying attention. It's very easy to pick up on your voice. I reviewed it as well. But if there's a distraction, you're not going to hear it that well.
It was a lot of like the last solo.
Do what?
It kind of feels a lot like the last sell off where it's just gonna sold off real hard and it's just gonna kind of drift up after open. Off the last number. We shall see.
I gotta type it out since people don't want to go back. Yeah, Netflix is not just moving, it's holding very well from the analyst upgrade. I saw somebody mention it. Let me go see what was the upgrade.
Looks like you potentially fill the rest of that gap to that 330. That won't be too bad if it sets up.
All right, market's up, everybody. But that is a pretty nice upgrade from 300 to 400. It's a very good upgrade for Netflix. That's true. Amy, what Amy say? Michigan since been down in a call. Oh yeah, we have there's a lot of stuff coming out today. So that's why I'm also just kind of leaning towards sitting tight, not really trading a whole lot. We're trading very quick. Trading very light, very quick. Shouldn't be looking to hold positions long today.
I'm looking for a one and done.
What's been the most watching chat at the same time? I think we hit like 300 one day, like of people in here at the same time. But we've had over 1,000 people click on the stream, on most of the streams. It's getting pretty good. I really don't pay attention too much though. I just try to stream. I don't care if there's 18 people in here or 1,800 people in here. You know, it's still go through the routine, still do it for my own sake. This is what I would do on my own time anyway. I probably wouldn't talk as much, but or explain as much out loud to myself, but yeah, I mean, this is what I'd be doing even if I didn't stream. These are the levels. If you want to learn to grow, learn to these levels. I'm not messing around. Click on Workshop 11. It's the pinned video. Can we get 2 more likes, by the way? My target today was 100 likes. 1 more like. Uno más, por favor.
I got you. Coming down off the open. Towards 394. Meta's back at its pre-market low. Amazon getting a little bit of buyers. Apple broke pre-market low and yesterday low.
AMD breaking previous day lows at 69.
Tesla came up nicely yesterday highs.
Amazon's moving higher too.
Netflix trying to hold the pre-market high on the 2 minute, coming back up.
Square moving higher as well, over 64 at the pre-market high. Watch 64.50s on Square. Boeing getting a pretty good bounce off this support so far. Like I said, I like this for bulls into the top of this range as long as it holds this area. But if you want to wait for an open range breakout, wait for the break of 182. Watch above pre-market high, also posted.
I pushed nicely off that 394.20 area.
$184 viewers and 300 likes would be nice. You love the no BS, Bueller? I'm just tired of repeating myself. If you're going to join stream and ignore me, I'm just going to ignore you. It kind of goes back to what I said about going to war for people. You know, like with, let me use someone as an example, like VEGF, someone who's in here consistently, someone who's very active in the chat, someone who's very interactive, engages, asks questions, also gives his own info and answers at the same time. You know, that's someone I'm willing to go to war for because they're willing to work for this. But if you're just going to join here, ignore me, and then ask super dumb questions, then I'm just going to ignore you. And there is no such thing as a dumb question, but if you're going to ignore me and then ask a question on what I literally just covered, then yeah, you're going to get ignored. And if you're too lazy to go back, 10 minutes, 20 minutes in the stream, there's an issue there. Red flag. So that's my only thing. But like I said, I will literally go to war for anyone who's willing to apply any amount of effort on their end. I'm a huge advocate of working with people, helping people out, having them help me out. I'm a very open-minded person. I really like to enjoy picking up on y'all's info, too. There's tons of stuff you guys have taught me. Again, I'm an open book. I'm not really looking to be like, oh, if you don't listen to me, you're not going to be successful. Like, no, there's a billion ways to be successful in the market. Well, yeah, some could say that sack lunch, but some of them are 100% not. Because they'll be sitting there typing all day. You should see my DMs. Some people, totally fine, I get it. But those people don't approach me a certain way. The people who are actually busy don't ask that question like that. There is a huge difference. No, again, I'm not attacking you. I'm just saying, like, if you're going to sit there and ignore me, I'm going to ignore you. If you have to react because, you weren't here, just say, hey, I wasn't here. Could you repeat that? Yeah, no problem. But don't sit there and say, hey, you didn't cover the dollar. Can you look at it? Or, hey, you didn't cover this. Can you look at it again? Or can you look at this random ticker that you're not paying attention to? You know, it's like, come on, dude. But I would definitely check out that video pinned to the link, or pinned, I don't even know how to say it, but pinned to the YouTube chat. Is it at the top of y'all's screen or at the bottom? It's at the top. All right, well, check the link at the top, guys. If you're someone who's in here who's new, if you don't know what we do in here, if you don't know how we do it, I would definitely check out that channel. Famous quote, John Freshwater. What's up, John? How you doing?
Buys at that midpoint of the move. See if we can get over. There's some more buyers stepping in. Amazon and Tesla still coming up. Meta got the dip bought out of it really nicely. See how that finishes up.
Let's do a fun little poll. I'll do how will SPY close today from open? Again, of course we're down. We'll do green, red, flat. Alright, so click on the poll, guys. Just dropped in the, or it should be dropping now. But click on it. It should be towards the top or bottom of the YouTube chat. You can click on it real quick. It's literally just a click of a button. But let me know what y'all think. Do you think today we're going to close green, red, or do y'all think we'll close flat? My bad, Devin.
We're taking that midpoint on SPY right now. See if we can firm above it. Apple getting bought back up over its pre-market low after that dip. XOM broke pre-market high, pushing back up. It's got up to 106.80 before it gets to yesterday high. Tesla's trying to confirm that yesterday high still.
Netflix slowing down against 322. Things that were pushing up, I'm seeing wicks on top. Things that were pushing down, I'm seeing wicks on bottom now. Just shows you how indecisive everything is from open.
Yeah. Netflix is like squeezing over opening price still.
Oh, Nvidia. Keep eyes on Nvidia and AMD. Come on, Tesla, go smack above 177. Prove the haters wrong. I mean, look how accurate these are, like, guys. Like, this is nuts. I didn't just draw that level. I didn't just draw any of these levels. Actually, this is the only today's level I put on this chart. It's just crazy how accurate price history is. Again, it's not me who did this. It's price history. Price history is just that strong, that crucial.
We got a minute, 10 seconds to our first 10-minute candle.
Marinte, okay, maybe not Wagyu, but maybe some nice ramen. Good stuff, Mel. Catching SPY, quick moves. First 10 minutes is almost up. We have just under 20 seconds. If we can get 200 likes on today's stream, I will clear every single one of my charts, and I will do a very long Sunday stream, and we will go through every single level, every single chart. So can we get 200 likes today? I'm going to go for a pretty aggressive goal here. 75 more likes, so go find some people to get in here and click it. But if we can get 200 likes, I will do a long Sunday stream, and I will cover every single chart I go over each week. I'll go over SPY, I'll go over the Qs, I'll go over the dollar. I'll even redo the dollar chart, even though I really don't want to. Just because I love my levels on this chart. But I'll go back over it. And just to show you where these levels come from, I think I did it from the monthly. All my dollar levels come from... Nope, it's from the weekly. But all of my dollar levels come from the year 2000 up until the year 2001. So that's where all my levels are coming from 20 plus years ago.
Netflix is still squeezing over opening price. If it pops that previous intraday high, that could be a nice little move. Or if it fades below 319, that could be nice down to 316 or below.
Tesla's really smacking 177s right now.
Rejection. Going down.
I would like to point out SPY did crack their yesterday's open, and they moved up to their previous day close. So we're in kind of that no trade range you guys always see me mark up, because these are two very strong pivot points. So we're kind of stuck between there for now. And here's my boy J-Bakes TA. He put, QQQ, we got a bear flag on the 4 hour. We rejected a short-term trendline resistance. Looking for shorts under 282s. I would wait to play calls until we break above trendline resistance around 285.0. Good luck today. And he posts his chart. It's very nice of him to do that. One more thing. If you guys are new, I would also take time to go through this channel here, the trade results. It's free to read. You don't have to be a member to read it. You can join, you can read it. But I would check out the pinned messages. These are 50 of probably some of the best trades in this channel over the thousands of posts in here. But you'll see how my members post trade reviews. They don't just post gains like this. You know, they post a chart, they show you entry exit, they give you multiple time frames, sometimes multiple breakdowns on why they were looking for it. Some people just show us what they're looking for, like Rizenanger here's a good example, dropping tons of pre-market notes, notes before the trade, notes after the trade, to help themselves not just visualize what they did, but to reiterate what they did to themselves, so it's broken down in a further fashion, which is the best form of memorization. Here's a paper trade by Mies. Yeah, I would definitely go through this. I would 100% check the pin messages, though. Beautiful spot to kind of pick up on how you should be posting your trade reviews.
Netflix had a nice retest coming back up to that pre-market high. SPY still holding the midpoint of the pre-market move. And Tesla getting over 177 nicely. Not the volume you want to see yet, but it's coming up. Tesla's flying, 178.58.
Yeah, if you go to that 30-minute chart, it looks insane.
Yeah. Paying attention for Netflix to pop this previous intraday high here. It's getting back over that pre-market high. Want to see some more volume come in though. Apple pushing off its pre-market low.
SPY's touching past its previous day close. We need to watch 396.50s. Meta just broke its open. Good eye. Meta's pretty bullish from that open break from here.
Amazon coming up now. Tesla just 179.30 and going.
Good. Go to 200 real quick.
Netflix coming up towards that previous intraday high. Volume starting to come in on the short-term time frame. Here's that pop.
Boeing above its pre-market high. Watch for a continued hold of 181s for a move higher. Nvidia still having struggle after popping above its good resistance. Continue to watch for a hold of this little area here between 173s and 172.70s. If it can hold that, you can look for a good bounce. So far, it's looking a little tired, but low volume on those red candles. And you're probably going to see a little bit of a slowdown on a lot of these tickers, especially tickers like Tesla that just smack their next level higher. So I'd watch for this to pull back and try to hold either 177s or even pre-market high for a continuation. But keep eyes above 179.50.
Big indecision right now on the Netflix 10-minute candle.
Check your DM when you can.
All right. Know that we've had a little bit of time go by. What's everybody got their eye on? Mason, it happens to the best of us, man. Probably it still happens to me every now and then. End up buying the opposite side of a trade and you think you're right, then you look back down and you're like, oh poop, you gotta sell this. Yeah, waiting for the data drops definitely going to be beneficial for us to see what kind of move we're going to get. It could put us right back up, back over yesterday, close, or it could put us all the way back down. So we might get a little sideways action up until then. Berkby hasn't done too much since open. Square had a nice pop over its pre-market high. It's coming up. It got over a pretty key level. If it can hold over 65, it might keep going. I look for that retest of yesterday's high, pre-market high, for a potential re-entry on that. Tesla slowing down a little bit after that initial pump. See where it comes back and retest. Might get another trade on that. Meta never really got going over that opening price. It's coming back down towards that yesterday low. So if it re-breaks that in pre-market low, that's looking pretty bearish. Yeah, John Freshwater. Typically the trend is your friend, but you know, every day you just gotta set up to play both sides. So starting picking your levels at the bigger time frame and all that can definitely be good, but don't be dead set that it's in an uptrend. I have to trade calls today. You still have to be able to trade both sides of the trend. And some of your biggest trades come from when stuff breaks trend. You know what I mean? So kind of keep an eye out for that. When stuff starts breaking down out of trend. SPY's coming back down through the midpoint right here of this pre-market move as Meta's coming back down to that yesterday low. If we get back below this midpoint, looking towards 394.30-ish area to see if we're going to move lower. That's all holding up decently well here. 10-minute candle's looking pretty good still. It's pretty fresh, but still holding over yesterday level and pre-market high. With Amazon at its midpoint of the pre-market, so that needs to get over that. Tesla coming up pretty quick here. Might push a new high and not even wait. Apple's still flirting with pre-market low. And XOM rejected, coming back down under that pre-market high. So we got a good mix of spyways kind of going in a couple of different directions. XLE's at that yesterday low, just hanging out. XLK is still in range, it hasn't moved very much, and XLV is not moving too much. So it's not too much action on SPY yet. Still kind of waiting for a better move.
Third day in a row, your levels gave me a perfect exit. Workshop 11. That's what's up, Dylan K. Are you in my Discord? And if so, what's your name, man? But I'm glad to hear, though, regardless. I'm very happy to hear the levels are working out for you. I've had a lot of you guys DM me lately asking, yo, are my levels close to yours, blah, blah, blah. And don't feel off if you think your levels are off. The past couple days, I've been using this chart that has less levels on it. So if you think you're off, you're probably not. I've just been using a different chart. Today, I am using my regular chart, though. My day trading level chart.
Working towards that opening price.
Testing previous day open as well. Perfect rejection on Tesla. Cracking 177s. We'll see if they want to hold their pre-market high. If not, we'll probably see them continue back down to 175. Apple holding in a lower part of their range. Nvidia's back down. They broke that better pullback spot. They're fighting today's open right now. They're breaking right now. It's a possible downside on Nvidia. If Amazon comes back down, I wouldn't start shorting it until it breaks today's open, but we do have more data coming out in 6 minutes, so I'd probably just chill, because you're going to see a lot of crazy candle movement. Hence, volatility is a pain in the arse. Boeing lost its better breakout, but still holding a good bounce spot. Kenny's using PEX today. That used to be the pipe I used to install in houses to repipe. We'd take out all of their old steel or sometimes copper, which was very rare, but take out all their old steel pipe from like the 80s, and you'd install like it's basically plastic, but there's two styles. You can have like this cheaper style. It's like crimp, which isn't as useful in my opinion because sometimes it breaks open and leaks. But the stretch gun though was really cool. You'd like open it up, put the ring on it, or you'd put the ring on it, open it up, and then you'd put it on the fitting of like whatever you're putting it on, and then it would like slowly compress back down, like it'd tighten back down, and then you would never be able to pull it off. Like even if you had it connected to a truck and like a piece of iron, you would never be able to break it. You can't snap it. When it freezes, it doesn't break. You can heat it up, it doesn't break. It's pretty crazy. Uponor PEX is pretty wild. That was off topic, but somebody was messaging me. They're installing fridges today while they're watching the stream, so I thought I was really impressed. It was Kenny, Devin.
Yeah, oh yeah.
My boy Kenny.
Kenny Powers. Spot or not spot, but Netflix is still holding pretty good. It's been a higher low in here from open. If it pops this upside, I'm definitely looking at it. It's got a lot more to the downside.
Oh, my bad, John. My bad, John Freshwater. I just saw what you asked. What's the point or the difference between the two charts? So, and you'll see this in Workshop 11. I cover this as well as some past streams, but I'll just show you again here, no problem. So this one, and the reason it's called monthly is because I get a lot of these levels from the monthly. And what it does is it gives me, using the same exact system too, I'm not doing anything different to get the levels. It's still the exact same system as what I would do on the daily. But what you get out of this is less levels, and it gives you a lot of really good kind of, I don't know, I guess range between the breakouts. So it's really useful for looking at the bigger time frame, which is what you always see me do my analysis on, is the bigger time frame with those levels. So it's mainly meant for this. This is where I look for a lot of my patterns, a lot of my holds of support. It gives me a lot of good short-term, analysis for different plays. But then this chart is from the daily, where I get all those levels, and it's just a million of them, where it's impossible to look at on the daily, but it's not meant for the daily. It's meant for the smaller time frames. And a lot of the time, it'll give you a lot of the most important levels as the same. But the thing to look out for is the just combination of levels. But it gives you everything here, whereas the other chart, it's kind of a less levels chart. Your plumbing days still shows up very now. And it's just Upanor PEX was just like a really cool thing. Like when I first started plumbing, we weren't using PEX. We were reinstalling with like CPVC or even copper, which is kind of a pain in the ass to take up into an attic because you can only take them in 10-foot lengths. But PEX pipe, you could take a 200, 300-foot roll up in the attic, roll it out, and you were good to go. And you'd be up there for hours before coming down, which would be way easier than, taking pipes up and down, scratching people's walls, pissing people off. But PEX pipe was super awesome. If you ever repipe a house, that's what you should get. If you ever have to take old steel or whatever pipes out of your house, I would genuinely put in PEX, Upanor PEX. It's probably the greatest piece of plumbing out there right now. Ow. A lot of people use like shark bites and like crimp PEX, but those have failure rates. Definitely don't want to shove a shark bite off in your attic where you can't access it, and the next thing you know, it's leaking everywhere, and you don't even notice till you have a huge hole in your ceiling. Because you ain't going to hear it. It's so quiet. Tesla getting a short-term bounce on pre-market high.
Yep, we got about 30 seconds till that 10 o'clock in numbers.
I used to do plumbing. Unrolling PEX would make me want to jump out of the attic, especially 3/4 or 1 inch. Yeah. So And then tacking it down against the studs in the attic, because if you leave it loose and then water goes through it, it'll bounce up and down and smack on the studs, and then the homeowner's like, what the heck, are my pipes leaking, or is there a monster in my attic? It's like, no, we just didn't tack your pipe down. Yeah, PEX made things a lot easier. Where I'd be in attics for like 5 days on a 2-story, it would cut it down to like 2-3 days. So that was really cool. Alright, but enough talk about plumbing. I'll shut up. We're still just getting a rejection of SPY at previous day close. This is kind of the big rejection point that SPY needs to get past to show more bulls are present. Tesla's still showing good relative strength. Let's see if Netflix is. Netflix still holding relative strength. Boeing is still holding relative strength. AMD's kind of weak. Nvidia is still weak after it broke back down. It had relative strength, but then it broke back down and actually rejecting. So I'd actually be looking for puts on Nvidia if you see 169.70s break, because that's a very strong rejection so far. Very weak volume under that.
A lot of sellers coming in right here. They're battling out. See what we're going to get. Probably best to sit on our hands right now. Looking back and forth, both sides on a couple stocks. Who's going to win? Netflix coming back up over pre-market high was increasing volume for the first time in quite a few candles. We got that previous 24.43 we got to pop over, or 324.43.
Like I said, guys, if we can get 200 likes on today's stream, I will do a very long, or as long as I can, stream on Sunday explaining every level on every single chart we go over every week. So make sure to get some people in here, drop a like on the video. Let's try to get 59 more likes. My bad, Devin. I didn't mean to cut you off.
No, you're good. I'm staring at this chart right now, time of sales. Netflix is getting some volume. Just needs to pop this level. It's coming up, 40 more cents. Last 5 minutes looking pretty interesting. Netflix popping that high. See the volume keep coming in here. 325 popping. Start hitting the bid. 10-minute time frames already getting pretty increasing volume candle to candle with Netflix here.
And that's almost the most volume in today. It's not past the open candle, but we're very close volume-wise.
Meta wicking off that yesterday low still. Same with Apple. Apple coming back up nicely. Tesla still holding that pre-market high. Look for it to make a new intraday high.
Netflix as well. They're at that next level at 325.20s.
Yep.
Boeing holding their better breakout level very well right now. It's all short term right now, but still really good signs. SPY can hold this retest and continue higher. That'll be a very strong move after this data that came out this morning. Qs are green.
Yeah, coming up nicely. Same with, we're looking decent. We just got to get some follow through and not get wicked down here. Volume's coming in on quite a few tickers. Apple's coming up nicely, coming through opening price. Tesla almost made that new high. We got 30 seconds on this 5-minute candle.
What did I say, guys? That they're going to fight between the previous day open and the previous day close. Look what we're still inside of.
Or not Tesla, Netflix making new high. Trying to get over the 325.20. Making new highs on Netflix. Trying to push that 326 now. We get over this with this volume, we could be looking good to that 330 gap fill. Rest of that spot trying to come back up. Nothing else moved too much.
SPY trying its best to push that new high.
Netflix getting over 326 now with a little price action. Got about 3 minutes on this 10-minute candle.
First 30 minutes is up. Yeah, my bad. Let me go look at that. Indecision. So far, indecision. Wicks on both sides. Not as big of a body. Very indecisive first 30 minutes on the market. Watch Apple over today's open at 142.50s-ish. Netflix still having trouble with 325.20s.
Looking down off that right now, SPY's coming back through that midpoint.
Square's still holding pretty relatively well. It's up on at 64.50 and it's just kind of holding a range now. So that could definitely give us a really good move here in a little bit. Boeing still kicking ass. Good stuff.
Google hasn't done too much. It's getting a pretty tight range.
Yeah, market with all this indecisive data, having bad data then good data coming out, it's definitely giving a lot of indecision. Super indecisive candle on that previous 5-minute candle.
Yep, new 10-minute candle.
Still just stuck in between the previous day open and previous day close range. Yeah, like you said, when in doubt, zoom out. It's always really easy to get lost in the smaller time frames. Remind yourself what's going on in the bigger time frames, what's possible here, and you'll see that we're still literally just inside of yesterday's highs and lows, and we're still just bouncing off of this support, but still not really getting any much upside either. Again, market in anticipation of next week's news most likely. This is why I made this very clear to begin the week, as well as every day in stream so far this week, because I don't want you guys thinking, oh, we have so much potential to move crazy here. And yeah, there is some potential here, but it's very low because of what's happening next week. We had that initial move at the beginning of the week, and now we're kind of finishing off in a range. Very normal.
XLV losing this pre-market low. Healthcare could be pulling us down a little bit.
Yeah, tech's holding up relatively well. Healthcare falling through the floor, like you said. Most likely going to test that 138.60, 138.40s area. Discretionary holding pretty well. Comms moved higher, which yesterday they had very big weakness yesterday, thanks to Google and Meta. Google for the most part, though. Financials holding up relatively well. Industrials, staples, real estate, base, utilities. Even energy is trying to hold its little yesterday lows. So yeah, healthcare is definitely the weak one today. There's a couple that aren't far off, like tech and energy. Those aren't far off of how much down healthcare is, but healthcare is breaking a good level. That's the difference between them. So yeah, I think Devin's right. Healthcare is leading us down. Yes, Mark Miller. That would be essentially what you want to look for is a good hold over 396.40s. Right now, what you're seeing is just indecision in between the range. They're building up consolidation. They're building up potential energy for it to explode in either direction. But still, even if we blew up, we're still inside of range under 399. We blow down to 392.60s. We're still in range. So that's my whole point for today.
Netflix coming back up with some volume. See if it pops that previous high. There it is. Still looking good on Netflix.
Meta's holding very well too. With the 115s on Meta, let's hold really good.
Needs to get 116 and it'll be going.
Tesla's trying to get froggy over 179.40s again.
Microsoft keeps wicking off that lower end of the range. I mean, stuff, if they get some buyers and some volume, it could definitely happen. But if the sellers come in, it's going down. So we're just waiting to see who wins.
Let's go check that docu that someone brought up earlier. They went up. That definitely is going to mess with some people.
He's getting an indecision on the 30-minute right now. Still quite a bit of time left, but market has no idea where it wants to go.
Getting froggy makes you think of Key and Peele. Tesla is still holding the 5 EMA all the way up. Good call out, Coach. Glad to have you in here, man. Hope you've been doing good. We're just seeing continued weakness due to the indecision, really.
Mm-hmm. SPOC starting to come down a little bit now.
Yeah, we need to watch today's open price, 394.94. Very, very tight range. Under a $2 range on this. It's like $1.50, $1.60.
Liking that Netflix 10-minute. Depending on how the candle finishes up, it could be setting up for a 3-bar. But I'd like to see SPY and the Qs get some more buyers. XLM hasn't done too much. It's just hanging out at opening price.
What your levels have taught me is a better understanding when to trade and when best to sit on your hands equals probabilities. Thank you. No problem, Steven. Honestly, I'm really glad to hear you say that because that is essentially what they are. It's really just probability. It's probably the most in-depth way of putting it. But again, though, Steven, think about it, though. In the beginning, when you were first looking at them, it didn't make as much sense, though, right? Whereas now, the more you've looked at it, it started to accommodate more for you, really. If that makes sense. So again, it just goes to show you have to review, you have to visualize, you have to throw the levels up, you have to look through them, you have to make them make sense. You can't look at it once and be like, all right, I get it, makes sense to me. Like, no, it's going to take a little bit longer of a time for better understanding. It's not that you're dumb or slow. Like, it takes time to look at it, in that fashion to kind of get the eye for it. You don't just instantly become really good at golfing. You got to practice golfing to get good at it. It's the same thing with the levels. But I'm really glad to hear those, Steven. Thank you for posting that. All right, let's see this poll. Let's see how many of you are green, red, or flat. So out of almost 100 votes, 45% of you are saying green close, 25% say red close, and 30% say flat. So we have a moderately bullish chat here today. I agree with Steven, the 100%. The course totally changed the way I look at charts. I'm itching to trade, but I'm growing, learning. Oh, this is to two different people. My bad. Thank you, Tim, for saying that, though. I'm really glad to hear that, too. I'm really glad. I'm really saying I'm glad to hear that because it doesn't matter how much I talk about it. You're still going to have to do a little bit of the work, for it to understand a little better. So good job putting in your own work, looking at it more. I'm itching to trade, but I'm growing/learning. No trades yet today. I'm waiting for just one small scalp. Nothing I'm confident enough yet. Yeah, for real. I get stuck focusing on SPY and miss other plays because I'm more used to what I expect from SPY. The course has helped me too a lot. Good stuff, Steve. Oh yeah, we got two Steves in here. Steven and Steve. We also have like 100 Joshes in here, 100 different Johns. Potentially holding the same low again, possibly a slightly higher low body-wise. If they hold like this. Still got a couple minutes in this candle though. 3 minutes.
What you gonna do?
What up, Jeremy DuBois? Thanks, BB. The price action line theory has made a huge difference in my approach. What a great addition, makes a world of difference. And it's so, I'm not going to say easy to trade, but it is easy to chart. I'm not going to sit here and say it's difficult to chart because it's not. But I'm really glad to hear a lot of you guys are taking advantage of the levels. Again, it's not my system, it's our system. So if you take advantage of it, it's yours as well. Fighting over confidence as your course is opening my eyes. Going to continue to take it very slow and only play the best setups. Good stuff, Mark. Continue to limit yourself to the certain types of entries. And if you did do that, you'd realize today is almost a no-trade day. We haven't even had a single push on SPY. Dollar's pushing higher. That should bring some more red on SPY.
I'm glad I got my scalp in first thing this morning.
I'm gonna go sideways here, so I'm done for now. Totally fine, Mel. Like I said, this isn't a high probability day. All it takes is looking at the bigger time frame for 5 seconds and you'll realize it. But yeah, good stuff, Devin, catching that SPY short on SPY futures this morning. So what did you do? Did you just get in as it was crashing, or what did you do?
It's a 2-minute chart. After it took out, it was like the bottom of the pre-market there on ES. You see it?
Yeah, kind of like 39.70s.
Yeah, somewhere around in there. I just clicked sell.
And you just let it keep going into that 39.
And I didn't even get, I only caught probably a quarter of the move. Like, I didn't even hold all the way to the bottom. I just caught
Damn. And you still got those gains.
As soon as I hit my daily goal, I hit sell.
Oh, good stuff. That was good discipline. Because it would have been very easy to just continue holding that. And then at the same time, get caught up in a bad trade after that. So good stuff.
Yeah, I like playing those numbers on the futures. They're fun. All right, so stuff drifting down a little bit more now. Amazon, Microsoft, Meta coming back down and retesting. Google, low a day. Low yesterday test.
Tesla's going to have to break the squeeze sooner or later.
Mm-hmm.
I might watch Tesla till it moves. I'll go back to SPY after. Yep, SPY's just super weak, but again, guys, indecisive. I wouldn't say weak or strong here. It's just indecisive. It's crazy. We're almost an hour into the market. We've only used 18% of our average volume. Normally by this time we'd be closer to like 25, 30%. Not even close to that.
Yeah, you just get a lot of wicks on different tickers on both sides of candles. Still waiting for some confirmations.
For SPY, you guys need to see a break of 394s or 396s, basically. In reality, it's still in range. Like I said, you break this range, you're still under previous day levels. You break this, you're still above previous day levels. So it's just a big range to watch right now. 30-minute on SPY is about to close an inside bar long-legged doji. After we just had an indecisive green candle with wicks on both sides, too.
D-Max over there typing in ancient alien text. IBLLD.
I like it. It's like code talk.
You're about to close, just put ATC. Netflix still trying to hold this pre-market high. Get some of that, could be a nice fade.
Here's the Tesla 10-minute by one of the best Tesla traders I know. Actually, he's probably the best Tesla trader I know. And you can't say I didn't warn you guys over the past 3 days. That has been my main kind of mention over the past few days, is I wouldn't be surprised if we got range trading or just some very boring wicks on both sides with small body candles on the bigger time frame. Over the past 2 days, we've gotten that. Today's starting to look like it wants to do the same. It just makes sense, though. Think about it logically. If we're going to trade in a range, you know, why would they want to move us before the news that comes out next week? They wouldn't. They're going to want to keep us in a decent spot where it's indecisive so they can take it in either direction while screwing tons of retail and, honestly, other institutions as well. Yeah, hit that like button, guys. Exactly, SF. Might be a day not to trade. That's why I said look for scalps. You don't want to be sitting here looking for longer move trades. You want to catch quick scalps. Tesla trying, they exited the squeeze with rising volume. Let's see if they can exit the level above on this new high with rising volume. If so, pretty good chance they go smack above the 180s. I think my next level is like 182.50. Yeah, 182.50.
Netflix held that pre-market high. SPY coming back up. Are they going to pop the upside of the range? Microsoft getting some buyers with Apple. Tesla getting that pop. Need more volume. Apple coming up pretty nice. Gets over 143 and 143.50. Be very good for SPY. 180 on Tesla. Microsoft taking out its midpoint. Next one not doing nothing. Square going back up towards this high day. Berkby going to the upside after trading in range all morning. See if that continues towards 307.55. Is wicking against that previous intraday high right now.
I don't know what your entry was, Coach, so I don't know. That should have been something you planned out beforehand. 182.50 is a good FAR target, but it's very risky to say that's where it's going to go, just because of what I just said on the overall market. So probably like 181 would be a good exit. I also have no idea where you entered. If you entered back here, I'd already say you should be exiting now at the new high. You did? Alright, we'll stick to your plan then. I don't want to adjust you and throw you off or be like, yeah, sell it here, and then you know, it reverses and you're whatever. You had 180.80? Okay, well that's pretty close to 181. I say 181 because that's the next psychological hold number above my 179.40s. So that's why I say that. It looks like you have a level right there as well. I'm just trying not to like push you in or out of your trade. I'm just trying to cover what's happening. I don't want to throw you off or make you do something you didn't plan or whatever. Okay, good. Good to hear then, Coach. It's just I don't like to do that to people. It's like, yo, where should I sell? And it's like, you should aim for this. But then they're like, oh, but I entered way down here, and it's like, oh, but you didn't tell me that, you know. So I don't want to throw anybody off. But no, nice movement so far with SPY. Good rising volume. Looks like they want to try and continue higher, but of course you need market confluence. You have SPY rejecting the same level we've been rejecting all morning. Apple is getting some good movement, so that's a good sign. Microsoft also getting a little bit of rejection with that top wick. I also need to check Amazon. And Amazon's trying to defend its today's open price. So, I mean, you have a couple decent signs here. They just need to keep going, and that will help Tesla. Or else they're going to end up continuing to hold that wick on top. Apple is next. Good call out, Mel. Again, guys, thank you, everyone, for being here. I appreciate it. This is the second full week of pre-market prep and open market streams that we've done. But be sure to check out the playlist. We have almost 90 streams saved in there over the past 4 months. But this is our second public week. So hopefully you guys have been enjoying. It's been 2 full weeks of fun. I'd say last week was probably a little bit more fun. Beginning of this week was a lot of fun. And then Wednesday, Thursday to now has definitely been not as much fun, but it's definitely been awesome just analyzing what's going on, picking over the daily time frames. I finished my trading session. For me, no trade. Tap my back for a big win. Follow my plan and system. Good stuff, man. Very happy for you. What's up, Nicole? Tesla is a runner and a track star.
Netflix coming back off that pre-market high retest, coming up to that previous intraday high. If it pops over that with volume, that won't be looking too bad. Still waiting on the overall market though. Tesla and Apple just kind of creeping up. Microsoft pulling its wick back up. Did they wick that down for the bulls to do it? Apple's getting 10-minute increasing buyer volume with about 3 minutes left on this candle. Microsoft getting over that midpoint. Apple's still pushing higher with that nice volume. Tesla's trying to get increasing volume now. Microsoft getting increasing volume. Now we're just going to see if it's going to continue up to their yesterday highs, pre-market high areas. SPY's coming back up to test the top side of this intraday range. We need to pop this through 96.75 with some good volume and confirm. Then we just got 397.36 right above. Bulls definitely got some obstacles, but we have the levels. Got that fresh 10-minute candle. Um, Like still hasn't popped its needed level to the upside. Everything else is slowing down after this little pump it just had.
All right, Coach, are you taking profits here? You're only 5 cents off your level there. No trading for me today, traveling, so just enjoying the stream to concentrate 100% on it. What's up, Clive? Glad to have you in here, man. Always happy to see your name pop up. Gonna do that. Gonna do the BB this weekend. Take your time, Mel. Feel free to message me if you ever have any questions or just want to go over something. Yeah, I'll check Carvana. Thank you for asking nicely. I would say they're still just trying to work towards their 650, which is the level they broke under. I went from where they fell from to where they fell to, and I was seeing if they could hold this. My friend Leland, I think, entered some plays on this, but nothing crazy. But I'd say they're trying to work towards that 650. So you'll probably see them tap out at 650, slow down for the day, and try to build some base at these new lows that they have now. There's not really much to cover on that one. You got 2 soldiers, though. Literally nothing. Still just stuck in between that previous day open, previous day closed, just about. Oh, okay, good. Round of applause for Coach then. Good stuff, man. Kind of talking us through your trade a little bit, too. My bad, SF. You asked, what makes your best Tesla trader the best? Well, it's just the best I know. I'm not saying they're the best, like, in the world. Like, nobody's better than him. But join my Discord. Read his read his reviews and figure out for yourself. You'll see exactly what I mean. Juul to pay $1.2 billion in youth vaping settlement. Jesus. Fundamentally, I'm pretty bearish on it short-term, Coach. Technically, I am... Go to the bigger time frame. I mean, I like their outlook. Like they look like they have room up to higher levels. But it's just off of nothing. And again, my opinion means nothing right now. Again, I'm reverting back to SPY. Nothing matters right now until SPY gets a better movement, like including Nvidia, because we have to wait for the news to come out next week. So it's really hard for me to sit here and be like, yeah, it looks good for more upside or more downside, when I know next week is the true decider in what we go short term to mid term. So I don't want to give any, false TA, because my stronger emotion is that I don't have a direction, That's kind of what my TA is for most tickers right now. Really just need to pay attention to the overall market first, and then we can start to pick out, which ones we think have better base, which ones have better breakouts, so and so. Yeah, Tesla held up pretty well so far. It was a good increased movement up to almost 181. I was off by about a quarter. Still no break of 179.40, so until then, you should get a good movement up to the 182.50s. I want to see that daily time frame again. Yeah, they're still holding that. It looked like yesterday wanted to be bullish, but they look more focused on filling that gap, so that makes sense to me. So I'm not really surprised to see this going up and filling this gap now. So definitely going to be a bumpy ride ahead for Tesla, but they have built a decent support here at 160s. Now it's just about, can they hold it? 166s, that is, for the bigger time frames. Yeah, guys, can we get 43 more likes? 43 more likes on the stream, and I will do a Sunday stream where I delete all the levels on all my charts. I'll go back through all of them, and you guys will have the same exact levels as me. Even though you can already do that by doing the system yourself, but it's kind of nice to see it. So let's get 43 more likes on the stream, and then I will 100% do a, I don't know how long of a stream on Sunday, but it'll be probably closer to 2 hours, maybe a little over, maybe a little under. Somewhere around 2 hours, though. Good stuff. Already got 6 more likes. Keep it going. Keep it going. Tweet it out. Throw it on Instagram. Share it with your friends. What time will you start? If I do one, it'll probably be probably like 4 my time, which is like 2 on the California side, 5 on the other coast. It's probably in there, but I'll be sure to throw out an announcement or something. Wish you could do more than 1 like. And yeah, it's kind of an aggressive goal that I'm aiming for, but I thought, why not? Yeah, Central Standard Time. Central Time Zone. In the middle of the United States. Shout out to all my Central Time Zoners. $28 more likes, guys. Go find some people. Share it. I will 100% do a almost 2 hour stream.
As long as it doesn't overlap football.
Why y'all asking one time? What time? We haven't even gotten the likes yet. But if I did one, I'd probably aim for like 4 or 5. I'm not really one of those guys that cares about seeing how the future's open, because a lot of what I'm gonna chart doesn't really affect by that. So I'm not even really focused on SPY opening or not. CST gang, that's what I'm saying, man. Yeah, it's okay, Jack. 23 more likes, guys. Come on. Check out the link at the top of the YouTube chat, John Reith. Sorry if I'm saying that wrong. But click the link at the very top of the YouTube chat. That'll take you to workshop number 11, give you a breakdown of what we're about. Oh boy, Steve Rock is here. Him and his 64 accounts.
Gotta log into all these algos real quick. That's a whole little hustle some people do, is like they post their own stuff and have like algos that just keep watching their things. I watched a little mini documentary on it. I was like, that's crazy.
Should be illegal.
Yeah. Apple's not looking too bad on the 10-minute here. Holding a pretty good level still. Decreasing volume since that increasing buyer volume. Look if we can go towards that yesterday.
Tesla new high of day, 181s. Target
Nice.
is hit. If anybody took Tesla moves over 179, this is a great spot to take most profits, if not initial profits.
A little 3-bar play on the 10-minute working out there.
Do what?
So that's not even a little 3-bar play working out on Tesla right now.
Yeah, 4-bar on the 5-minute. I'm sure on the 10 it looks a little easier. Yeah, 10 minute. I know you like that 10 more.
Yeah,
10 minutes. 10 minutes very powerful.
All my charts besides my main one I'm trading on are set to a 10 time frame. I don't know if I've ever mentioned that.
The 10 minute, and then your main one that you trade on is the 2 minute.
Yeah.
For quick scalps in and out. Makes sense. You get some good slower analysis confirmation, and then you get your more direct, aggressive, quick, confirmations on your 2 minute. Makes sense.
Apple is coming up to that yesterday high now. Not too far off.
Yep.
Meta's starting to get up.
That's correct, DX Mac. It came out a couple days ago, I think, actually. I think I read that like Monday, Tuesday, or Wednesday. But yeah, they passed over 1 billion hours on that Dahmer show on Netflix. It's crazy.
Still haven't seen a single episode.
Yeah, I still haven't watched it. Which is crazy because I'm the type of guy that would love to watch that stuff, but mainly because I actually watched Dahmer documentaries before that came out, so I already know pretty good about him, but I'm sure Netflix did their own little spin and it's actually super entertaining. I still need to watch it.
I was getting that yesterday high. Now watch for that pre-market high at 144. Microsoft's trying to get up too, see if it can. It's got a lot longer to go to catch up.
Apple breaking previous day highs.
Yep. Netflix still holding that pre-market high area, so still for a pop over 326.33, still looks good with volume. We're fading it back under the pre-market. Still need SPY to get over the intraday level here towards yesterday high.
Yo, good stuff, Will. He got 21% on the Tesla breakout. And good stuff anybody took that with me and Coach. I was mentioning how it was starting to look a little froggy just because it kept holding a good level. And I really am happy it exited the squeeze with rising volume and broke the level with rising volume. Therefore, it gave you guys good passive confirmations as well for open range breakouts. Not much of a retest play so far, but they have gotten a little bit extra movement to make that new high of day, but nothing else yet. I'd still look towards the 182.50s for any runners. I'd move your stop loss up to whatever this support is here at 180 for any runners. If you're out of the position fully, though, congratulations. Very happy for you. Good job catching that. It's pretty much the only play I have liked today. I haven't really liked much. I don't even like Apple break. I mean, it's good that we're seeing a break over this level, but it's not really that impressive. Still got a lot of pre-market info to get past on Apple. Amazon's still squeezing like nothing's going on.
Meta's getting going a little bit. It's got about 70 more cents to a pre-market high, but it did break over that opening price nicely finally. You will see. Got about 4 minutes on this next 30-minute candle.
Oh, it's this Will that did that. What's up, man? I feel like I haven't talked to you in forever. My boy used to be in the Marines. Let's check this out. Oh, he's got hiking candles here, I think. Very nice. Good stuff, Will. Next time, can you circle entry and exit? If you marked it with the line, I just didn't see it. But beautiful job, though, Will. Thank you for sending that, man. iPad versus iPhone were actually different. I know I've been traveling for work a ton. I'm glad you're here, man. Hopefully you're a little less busy in the future. I retired from the Marines in 3 years, 9 months. Okay, my bad then. You were still very well in the Marines. I forgot. You're like you're an instructor now, or you're an engineer or something now? Sorry for my hazy memory. I also am mixing up you and Oscar a little bit, so that's my fault.
Yeah, Oscar, since he retired, he's been disappearing on us. But good for him.
Yeah, more power to him. I mean, that dude spent like, what, 20, almost 30 years in the Marines?
Mm-hmm.
Sacco course? Okay, nice. Seiko. 28% on 2 Tesla call entries. Thanks, Bueller. Good job, Peter. And don't thank me, man. Thank you. He's training dogs.
Coming up towards that pre-market high now. Meta getting going against the volume. Microsoft against the volume. Potentially increase the volume on these 10-minute candles. Same thing with Apple.
Oh, that's right. Him and his wife were in the Marines. They were both in there for over 20 years. That's crazy. Yeah, Oscar is one of the nicest human beings you'll ever meet in existence. Oscar's all around just an awesome dude. He's living that retirement life. Well deserved, though. I mean, damn. 20 plus years. And he was an NCO. He was literally like the second highest rank or highest rank NCO. I think it was the second highest. But being a high-ranked NCO like that is very hard to do. It takes a lot of time, hard work. And then he became an instructor and taught other Marines. You know, it's like, dear Lord. And that's one of the best traders I've ever met. Dude's such a beast. Master Sergeant, there you go. That's just so cool. Again, definitely was not easy, I'm sure.
Get some nice buyers coming in on these previously mentioned stocks. Apple's coming up to that pre-market high now with some nice volume. See if we get a break through that. Spot
Tesla
finally broke over that previous intraday high.
Tesla.
Now we got to get over yesterday's high. And Meta's blasting.
Tesla. All right, guys. If you have any runners, take profits on Tesla.
Yep. SPY coming out now towards that yesterday high pretty nicely with increasing volume.
Nah, Peter, you did not sell early. You sold on time.
It could have been going the other way down right now. You never know. Murphy getting a nice move towards yesterday high. Netflix 33 cents off that intraday high if it pops with volume. I'll probably take something small on that.
Alright, I sold one of my Tesla swings for 34% now. The final contract is up 60% because it's the lower average contract. Let's fucking go.
SPY and a couple things are right up against the level, so we really do need them to confirm here. Otherwise, it's just going to reject right back down in the range. So watch for these wicks. But we do look pretty good on a couple of these. Amazon confirming over that midpoint. See if we can push up off that. Apple on top of yesterday, or pre-market high, over yesterday high, on top of pre-market high. Google's still in range. Same with Amazon, really. They still haven't moved out of their ranges, so if we do continue up, could be a nice trade on one of those two stocks. Square's holding a nice range still after that's moved this morning. So we got a nice little triple top here on SPX at this level. If it can pop, so we might be projecting or popping. All that price action came in right at that new 30-minute candle.
Yes, I did, DXMac. I'll just go ahead and show you. I don't know why I'm even saying yeah or no. So let me check the dates. I'm pretty sure I bought on this day. I averaged down on this day. And I didn't cut on this day even though it broke lower because of the gap. Now, if we had broken this, I'd be out of it. But now that we pushed back up, I sold the higher averaged contract, and now I'm in just the lower averaged contract for the swing. But that was more of a YOLO call out. That's why I typed YOLO next to it, or Lotto, whatever I type next to it, because it's really kind of a manage your own kind of trade type deal. Because it's a Lotto. I mean, it's basically live or die on that trade. I don't type very many of those, as you've seen. I try my best not to type any Lottos, but that was one that I kind of liked, even if it did dip a little bit lower.
Looks like Microsoft's trying to play catch up to Apple still. Getting some more buyers coming in. Apple's pushing off that pre-market high now. See if SPY can get over this yesterday high level it's approaching. More is coming. Boom.
Yeah, and that was kind of why I didn't post at DXMac, because I know people weren't really willing to average down a contract that was already almost $400, and then it was like I'd have to go check my fills, but I'll tell you what my average down contract was. So I bought in initially at 383. The average down contract I bought was at 241, which made my average significantly lower. I watched Workshop 11, but have one question. When you looked at the daily time frame chart, are you only seeing levels you plotted on the daily candles? What? Try to ask that a different way. I don't... All the levels you're looking at right now are all from the daily. There's a couple from the smaller time frame, but that's also in the workshop video.
And if you mark them on your daily, it does transfer over to any other time frame that you go to. That's what you mean. Microsoft and Apple still coming up. Google hasn't done anything. Berkby's almost at that yesterday high now too.
This is from our premium section. My boy Barry called out Tesla calls 175 for this week, so same day. And then today took some Tesla profits at 430. Entry was 188, and then he scaled out more at 550, and just now again at 700. So good job if anybody's in our premium section. He called out Nvidia and Tesla last night. Or yesterday evening. Oh, no, it doesn't. Another great deal. Good question, though. That's why I have this chart. Or I'll show you on SPY. That's why I have this chart, though. So this is for all my daily levels. And then I switched over to this one where I have it more spaced out. And this is what I look at on my daily time frame. So you have one for your smaller time frame, and then you have another set up for your bigger time frames. If that makes sense.
And that's why you always kind of start at your bigger time frame and work down so you don't end up with all that extra noise on your chart.
Yeah, that was really happy when Leland showed me that, because I was one of those guys that was constantly re-clearing my charts to get things differently, just to look at it differently. From bigger to smaller time frame, and that got really annoying and really old really quick. So I was really happy to find, or Leland showed me the whole that I can have multiple charts set up or whatever, drawings, my bad, and then you could switch over to it.
Netflix moving new high day here. See if we get some more volume.
Yes, essentially. Apple on complete crack. Square is still holding to the right very well. There's a lot of consolidation on the Square chart.
Up over that previous intraday high would be nice for it. By rejecting so far that yesterday high. Meta rejecting its pre-market high. Microsoft never reached yesterday high. Google and Amazon haven't got moving still. XOM hasn't done too much.
No problem, man. I just didn't quite understand your question at the beginning. Sorry about that. Hey, good stuff, Steve Rock. And don't just take profits, guys, or cut losses. Make sure you're reviewing as well. Circle your entry, circle your exit, post it in chat. Really break down what are you looking at. What did you like about it? What did you not like about it? Give us your thought process and everything. Spy hitting a very known level, previous day highs, slowing down, makes sense. Let's see if they can come back down to this area here and hold it as support. If so, this is a very good sign for bulls. If they break this, we're back to square one. So it's essentially what we need to be looking at right now. VIX and dollar pumping a little bit. Good call out. All right, 20 more likes on the stream, guys. We only need 20 more likes on the stream, and we will get that Sunday stream. Looks like a little over 20 people voted again, and we have about the same odds on the whole Tesla or SPY closing poll. Again, check the top of the YouTube chat. You'll see workshop number 11 and the poll there if you want to join in on some fun. Come on, guys. Only 16 more likes. We're so close. You guys are working so hard on the likes. It's only 16 more. I've waited and waited for a setup. According to your course, the way I understand it so far, the course is helping. I've not made a single wrong trade yet, only taking small, quick scalps for now. Good stuff, man. And this is exactly what I'm trying to put onto people is get really good at making it to the first target. You shouldn't be sitting there going, man, how can I make it to the top of this chart or to the bottom of this chart? You know, you shouldn't be aiming for far targets yet. Focus on those closer targets first. And yeah, at first you'll be like, well, I'm not making much. Okay, who cares? You're trying to learn, not get rich. The gains come with hard work, not with your hopes. Come on, guys. 13 more likes. 12 more. Oh, I'm
Uh,
still asking only for 50 likes, SF. I'm just asking for 200 because it's a good goal to push you guys if you really do want the Sunday stream. I'm still gonna ask for 50 likes every stream. I don't see the point in aiming for a crazy higher mark. But if you guys want the Sunday stream, one more like. You guys are right there. Uno mas.
Indeed.
Calls on the like button. Yeah, SF, I'm not one to like aim for crazy high likes. This is like a single time thing I'm doing this. I don't like to be like that. It's a little toxic in my opinion. Mine still says 199, Steve. You're making things up.
Mine says 200, Josh. I want the Snapchat you.
I need one more. All about the journey. I'm glad to take it with all of you. Let's keep it going. That's what's up, E. I like that energy. There it is. See you Sunday. Somebody unliked it just now. All right, well, if y'all see 200, I'll take y'all's word for it. Mine says 198, but I'll take y'all's word for it. All right, guys, so what's a good time we can aim for on a Sunday? Everybody drop a time that you're most available on a Sunday. Tell me what time zone. Please don't just drop a time, or that will make no sense to me. But let me know what times are best for y'all in y'all's time zone. There it goes, 200. We got it. All right, good work, stuff. Good work, stuff. Good work, everybody. But yeah, let me know what time. Yeah, I'm not doing it before football. I'm watching my noon football. I'm gonna do it in between the 3 and 5 games. So let's aim for the or 3 and 7 games. Let's aim for what's better, 4 or 5 p.m. Central Standard Time. That would be 6 Eastern.
You want to get up early, Josh? Looks like there's a couple 8 a.m.
No, I'm not. Sorry. We're doing 5 p.m. All right, everybody aim for 5 p.m. Central Standard Time. That's 6 Eastern, 3 Pacific. 5 p.m. Central Standard Time. Yes, it will be recorded. It'll be a public stream just like any of these other ones that are recorded. YouTube does all that for me. Well, actually, OBS does it. YouTube uploads it. I'm also not doing 8 a.m. because of me. I know that 90% of you will not be up at 8 a.m. on Sunday. So that's why we're not doing that time. All right, well, guys, aim for 5 o'clock p.m. Sunday. Let me make a... Sunday stream. 5 p.m. To 7, I guess. It'll probably go like an hour and a half, but that's why I'm saying close to 2 hours, because there are times where I'll keep talking and it'll be like 2 hours long. All right, so 5 o'clock Sunday p.m. Central Standard Time. Again, that's 6 Eastern, 3 Pacific, 4 Mountain. Can't forget you Mountain timers, even though there's like almost nobody that lives in the Mountain time zone. Is 200 a resistance, or do you want to break that to a new high? I need to see some rising volume, Sack Lunch. I gotta check the volume bars. I'm glad you got 200. Should have gotten it sooner. You are awesome, and we are grateful for you. Thank you, John Gorst. And again, I'm very appreciative. I'm not really a guy that likes to aim for 200 likes. This is a one-time thing. You guys know I'm happy with 10 likes. I'm just happy to have you guys in here. I believe you, SF. But yeah, again, let's aim for 5 p.m. Central Standard Time on Sunday. I will go, and I'll show you real quick. I'll go through literally all of these charts. I'm going to go through SPY, Q, the dollar on bigger time frames. Then I'm going to go to the smaller time frames for these two. And then I'm going to go to the bigger time frames for the smaller time frames levels on all of these charts. We'll go through every single one of them. We'll do some requests at the end, some questions all in between. Like normal, I always try to answer as many questions as I possibly can. But again, guys, thank you so much for 200 likes. I honestly didn't know if it was even possible. I was probably going to do the stream either way. But I appreciate that. But I haven't done it in a while. I think it's been a little over a month since I did a Sunday stream and did everything head to toe just to kind of make sure we're all on the same page. But now that we have a lot of you in here consistently, I want to make sure we're all on the same page. So when we do the Sunday stream, that info is concrete. Don't just think when Monday starts, all the info that we went over on Sunday just disappears. These levels I've had up on these charts that you guys have been watching the past 2 weeks, I've had these up for over a month. I haven't changed any of them. The only thing I've had to delete and readjust are the smaller time frame levels, which are super easy to go back, delete, and re-add the next day. But we'll go through all of that. We'll maybe cover a little bit of the sectors, nothing crazy. We'll maybe chart those at the end. If not, I'll just wait. I don't want to go too long. But we'll try to aim for an hour to 2 hour stream. It'll definitely be over an hour. I know that. But awesome. Let me drop it in my announcements channel real quick. So let me do this.
What's your favorite team? It's probably the Texans.
Man, shut up.
We're holding that pre-market high, coming back up. If it breaks that previous intraday high, Apple could pull the market back with it. Tesla's still holding up really well over 180. Meta had a nice little retest coming back up towards pre-market high.
I don't know if I'd say a rising wedge. I'd more or less say a channel up, which could still be considered a bear flag if you incorporate the big, large PPI candle or jobs number. My NFL team is sadly the Texans, being from Texas. You could say we're in a rebuild phase, but if you ask me and my friends, we're in a never-ending downward spiral phase. quarterback gets thrown into the lawyer situation, ends up on a worse team that's actually doing better than us by a lot now. But yeah, man, diehard Texans fan. I'm also a Rockets fan. During the whole James Harden, Chris Paul era. Screw you, Chris Paul. Astros, to the day I die. Bury me in the H.
Almost at that intraday high.
Winning the World Series still does not fix being a Texans fan, though. The Rockets could win and the Astros could win their championships, and it would still just hurt. It's also cool to see the Astros win after everybody was saying sign stealing, when literally every team does that, especially the Yankees. So it was really cool to see them win throughout all the hate. It's okay, JH. I'm not one to judge. Get it? Judge, Aaron Judge. Ah ha ha ha. Not funny. Really interested with Square, to be honest. This is about to have a huge break to the up or downside. Yankee fan. I mean, if I was in New York, bro, I'd be a Yankees fan too. I always thought that was a dumb thing to hate on the Yankees for. It's like, yeah, but they spend more money. It's like, so? If you had more money, you'd do the same thing. Well, I feel you on the Texans. I'm a Panthers fan. Ah, yeah, I mean, you're right there with me then. It's painful, but I do have a great joke for you I heard the other day. With the year Aaron Rodgers is having, no one can make him look good. The Bears have had this and said, hold my sausage. Ironically, that was also Deshaun Watson's favorite. Okay. Okay. That is pretty good. I was a Mets fan and converted to the Yankees after the '86 World Series. Okay, so you've been a fan there for a long time. You didn't just convert or anything. That was pretty funny. That's soul music. Alright guys, so I said after the rejection we need to look to see if they can hold this pass, resist share support. So far they have, we just got no increased movement yet. So continue to look for a break under 396.20s or over 397.30s for the next, move. It's not going to be that big though. Just passed over 30% average volume, and we're almost 2 hours after open. Stream's been going for almost 3 hours. Yeah, when I was young, Will, I was actually a Rangers fan. Well, I mean, I like the Astros too, because Biggio, Berkman, all the Bs that we had. But I really liked when we had Josh Hamilton on the Rangers. I was a huge Josh Hamilton fan. Not anymore, though. Deshaun ain't the answer. I mean, he's still pretty good, but he's not on the Texans anymore, so I don't even really care how he does. Josh Hamilton's kid is on the Blue Jays? Oh, Biggio's. I only got to meet one of them. I got to meet Jeff Bagwell because at a private school I went to when I was really, really, really young. I didn't get to go to private school that long. I was in public school pretty much after first grade. But when I went back to that private school just to kind of meet with some people, I got to meet Jeff Bagwell because he helped build a field for that private school. So that was really cool. All the old guys' kids are on the Jays. Damn. I need to be a Blue Jays fan then. Psych. He was a good first baseman. That was the Astros' old peak. This team now, though, is pretty crazy. Alright, guys, still just waiting for the next movement after a pretty good retest on SPY Bulls here at 396.20s. Again, we're kind of in the range between 396.20s and 397.30s, so a little over $1 range right now. $1.10. Yeah, no problem, Mark. Bigger or smaller time frames, Mark? I don't really know if you should be trading this on the smaller time frames. So I'll just assume you mean the bigger. I think somebody told me to cover this the other day, and I was talking about this slight uptrend they have. As long as they hold this uptrend, they should have pretty good movement back up to 218s, 215s-ish. But they're actually breaking it now and sold back off under it, picked back up. Now they're still just rejecting that trend line and the 210.30. So we have a combined signal there potentially saying, hey, we're going to probably reject here. So unless we get a higher open on Monday and they hold over this, this will most likely pull back down to probably at least this low. And if it breaks 207.50s, you can look to the downside to 205. So in my opinion, this does look a lot better for downside movement. But it being a Friday before the bigger news next week, this could really go anywhere from here. Because if they get the higher open and hold above 210s, they could really get moving, go fill that gap. But if they end up breaking 207.50s, there's a very good chance they want to go retest 205, and a break of 205 will definitely bring a bigger pullback. But I did just chart this with somebody a couple days ago or the other day. I don't remember who it was. Somebody told me to check out Visa. So it is fresh on the mind. Maybe it was SF. So he said he's in Visa as well. So that's kind of my quick thought process on just that, just based on the bigger time frame levels. I think a lot of these are from the weekly. Possible double top here on the Apple 5-minute. Oh yeah, good call out, Mies.
Netflix slowly just making new highs, drifting up.
Off by 3 cents. I know, shame on us. Shame on us for not being exactly accurate.
Meta's trying to break its pre-market high. Now it just needs that yesterday high right above. Zach Lunch is on it.
I was just about to say the same thing. Dollar at previous day low, good call out Daffy. Which means they're very close to the bottom of that old demand still. Still fighting inside of it though, as you can see. A break of that demand will bring a big retest for the dollar down to 103.30s, possibly 102s. And if that breaks, we'll be seeing 101, which is crazy to think about. The dollar is also kind of set up in a spot where it really could do anything too, because you could argue and be like, oh, well, it's in a falling wedge, this should go up soon, and it's in demand, you know, so you got two bullish signals there. But at the same time, you're down here in the dirt, so if this ends up losing the support, it's the opposite thinking. It's like, oh wow, this has got so much room underneath, you know. So that one's, see how they put the dollar in a really good position and they put SPY in a really good position on the bigger time frames. This isn't random, this is meant to be. They're doing this because they want things to be as indecisive and kind of guesswork as possible, so when the news finally does come out, there's not as much money in the correct side. They want to be the only ones that are right. They want to take away as much of y'all's premium as they can.
$3.28 on Netflix. Get some more volume now. 10-minute candles almost increasing candle to candle. Say, go back and really review what made you get emotional. You know, what trades did you feel? Write down why you feel like you shouldn't have took the trade, or, you know, what you're gonna do next time better. You made it to survive another day. You didn't blow up your account. It's the weekend. Take a couple days off. Make sure you tune into the Sunday stream and go into next week with a goal to not trade emotionally and make the same mistake that you made today.
Good advice, Devin. Good advice. Oh, I'm glad you said that, actually, John. I need to repost this. So here's the candlestick quiz, guys. And then here's the first quiz I've been linking out for everybody. I like this a lot. Come on, Square, break this freaking consolidation. I'd love to see you go either direction. Good eye, Mies. Good eye. Still rejecting. Got a pretty good volume candle there, too. Indecisive, but good volume over the previous candle. You could almost say it's a good early entry for shorts here, but you really just want to see that break a pre-market high again. And it's not just the pre-market high. Remember the other day we were marking Boeing and we were marking that support? You want to also break out this. You don't want to just break the pre-market high. You want to also break where they retraced to and held before this pop happened. So it's not just break 144. It's also break 143.83. So a break of this would bring a really good confirmation for downside action to about a 50-cent drop here. And then under 143.20s, you can look for more continuation down to 142.50. Good eye, though, Mies. Doji candle on NVIDIA at the high of day, 5-minute. Good call out. Daffy as well. Great call outs, guys. And yeah, Will, I always tell people to try to do mental trading. Paper trading, especially on TOS. I'm not sure about Webull, but on TOS, it's inaccurate as hell. It'll give you opens and fills that you'd never get in the live market. So that's one thing I don't like about paper trading, but mental trading is the best in my opinion. And if you really are disciplined and really do care about growing, it's not that hard to do. But maintaining it, that's the hard part, you know, continuing to follow your routine. Have a good weekend, J-Bake. Head into work. See you later, man. Be safe. Yeah, really proud of you guys for breaking that 200 like goal. Really excited for the Sunday stream. I think I'm really going to blow a bunch of people's minds on how easy it really is to get these levels. Hopefully I can explain it in a different way as I'm going down to the smaller time frames to show people what you really want to look for. I'll also go over the 3 types of entries again on Sunday. I cover them as many times as I can during the week on the streams. And we have tons of info on the Discord, tons of info on the YouTube. But I'll go over it again on Sunday. I started my day wanting to play Netflix. The contracts were too much for my account. Still made just a little on AMD, but darn that Netflix. Hey man, you can't really beat yourself up on stuff you can't control. I wouldn't be too down on that, Steve. Still holding the retest of the 396 area. Possible second leg up here over 397.30s? Question mark, question mark?
Question mark, question mark. Yeah, Apple's still holding over that pre-market high. Meta right at the pre-market high still. Below yesterday high. Nothing else moving too much, but XLK is right below pre-market high. XLE or XLV never sold off any much more. It's bouncing back up. And energy's coming back up. XLM's back at pre-market high.
A fund manager for your account. A defund manager. That's a good one. All right, guys, we've done 2 weeks of public streams. Out of a 10, 1 being complete crap, 10 being amazing. What would you guys rate the stream quality based on what we explained, what we go over? Again, I'm not looking for pats on the back. I'm just looking for general ratings here. But I really do hope a lot of you guys have been enjoying the streams the past 2 weeks, and I do plan to continue making all of these public. They will continue to be public. I'm not going to go back on my word on that. And I really am excited to see what 2023 holds in store for us, just because we have such a large community now. It's growing. And honestly, it's not even the fact that it's growing. I also mean in the sense of maturity. I think a lot of you guys have been maturing like through the roof. You know, I've bumped heads with a couple of you, and a lot of you guys learn from it and then continue on, and you have great positive energy, and that's awesome. You know, if you're a hard-headed person and you can take a hit and continue moving, that's awesome. That's exactly what I want to look for. But also maturity, being able to not just type out, all right, guys, I'm in at 0.66. Let's take profit at 0.70 or whatever. You know, I'm not looking for signals. We're not looking for that. We're looking for self-sufficient trading. Will you be recording the Sunday stream as well? Yes, it'll be live on YouTube, so it'll record itself and post itself. Just like these streams. 20? Thank you, Daffy. Jesus. What if I said it wasn't recorded, Big Boom? Were you going to give me less than a 10? 10 because Devin's volume was raised.
XOM trying to get that pre-market high.
0.
Berg B. flirting with yesterday high, pre-market high.
But yeah, guys, I'm really just happy about the maturity and the growth in here. I've seen a lot of you guys make insane gains. I've seen some decent losses. I've seen some bad losses. But I've seen a lot less losses than I have winners lately, which is good. But also just mainly concerned with the maturity of everybody. I think a lot of you guys are very smart. I think a lot of you guys have really good intuition. It's just the maintaining part. It's not easy to do one thing one day, wait the next couple, trade again after that. It's not easy to do that. It's hard to pick up on that, you know. So give yourself time, like I always say. But I really just am proud of all of you for just being mature, being here, engaging, interacting, asking great questions, dropping great info. It's not just questions. You guys also give really good info back, you know, answering other people's questions or helping others. So continue to pick each other up. This is how a community grows. It's not by me or, you know, one lonesome leader leading everybody to destiny. You know, it's all of us working together, and that's what we have here. I've been with you for about a month. Your private team was so welcoming to me as a newcomer. You made me approach market from a different perspective. I'm very glad to hear that. And anybody who works under me in my server works there out of respect. So I'm really glad to hear that they're treating me well. A lot of my guys are really cool. I've worked with a lot of them for 2+ years. Some of them just a little over a year, but definitely love the guys that I have with me in my my group. I appreciate each and every one of them. I could start naming names, but there's just so many. I would especially like to thank my mods, of course. My mods are the best. Every single one of them always looking to try to help me in another way, shape, or form. I feel bad sometimes because they're looking to do more things for us, but I don't have anything, you know, so it's just lost efforts. But overall, I love those guys. Marente, J-Bake, Leland, D-Touch especially. Can't forget D-Touch. That's the main man right there.
Burke B picking up over yesterday high. Getting nice little bars on Burke B. While we get over yesterday high on SPY now. That retest held and we're pushing a little bit higher. 145 on Apple. Tesla held up really well. See if they make another move up. Netflix still chugging up towards that 330. Contracts on Netflix aren't moving normal for some reason. They're kind of trash. I've caught a decent chunk of this move and they're just not. So if we can get that pump into 330, it would definitely be nice.
We are a team. We don't leave anyone behind. So my first 10 months of trading, I was paying Sean Deckmar in Tradecaster. Who? Oops, you're a way better trader than him, I'm assuming. I don't think you announce your trades, but you're way more patient than him. I do announce trades. I've covered many trades in here. This past week, we traded Apple a couple times at the beginning of the week. The other day, we traded BA, Tesla, SPY. The other day, we traded just SPY. Today, I've traded just Tesla. I definitely call out plays. Way more patient. I don't know who that is, though, Sack Lunch. I'm going to be honest with you. And maybe I just need some memory or something, but... that's cool, though. And I don't really care if I'm a better trader than someone or if they're better than me. I'm not really worried about that. Cool to hear, though. Cool to hear. I took it very seriously as I was looking for a structure to stand on, took a step back, started to remove habits not working for me, and started making new habits. Biggest takeaway was drawing levels and having a plan ready for the day. I love drawing levels now. I took Taylor's advice and color-coded my... Oh, good stuff then, yeah, because it's a very organized way of adding your levels, not just color-coding, labeling them. You don't have to do that. You don't see me do it, but it is kind of cool that you can do it just in case you want to be more organized. So good work, Sonia. In Sack Lunch, I wasn't like attacking or anything, but I mean it in the sense of like I don't really care what other traders are doing because I don't really like to compare my journey or how I do things to others because how they may do things it works for them. It might not work for me, and vice versa, you know. And that's what I mean by there's a million ways to profit on the market. There's a million ways to, probably a billion ways to lose on the market. But you know, every indicator technically works. Every strategy technically works. It's just about limiting yourself to it. You know, so
There's some
there's a million ways to trade.
there's some people as well that all they do is look at options chains and make money in the market. I couldn't ever do that, but they got something that works for them, and I'm not going to knock it.
Yeah, you got people who look at just Greeks.
Yeah, so all kinds of ways to do it. 329 on Netflix. See if we get this last dollar here.
That is cool, Mark. Been so close to pulling the trigger multiple times today. The last candle for my confirmation hasn't been there yet, and every time I would have been wrong if I jumped the gun. So cool to see. I understand. I'm comparing you. Haha. You're way more patient and better. He's a gambler but makes 400K a month of subscribe. Jesus Christ. Yeah, that's a little wild. A lot of the time, to Sack Lunch, and I'm not going to name names because there's a billion of them out there, but there's a lot of people who do that where they make a lot of money from subscribers, and since they don't have to trade, since they make a good enough amount of revenue off subscribers, they don't have to take real trades, so they're able to call out random gambles, random lottos all the time, and a lot of the time their win rate's very horrible. They might make money, but their win rate's horrible. And I don't know if that's who you're talking about, but a lot of people do that. Yeah, 120 a month's a little wild. That's double my premium roll. That's over double. That's crazy. You should never be paying 120 a month for any chat. I mean, unless he's like, even then, literally trading for you, what's the point in paying for that? Yeah, you'll probably make money, but you're not learning anything. What happens if that disappears? You're just left with nothing, you know? So that's kind of my thinking. That's crazy, though. Interesting candle on SPY, and volume's quite decent. I would also like to take a moment to thank Leland, D-Touch, Devin for being a wonderful contribution too. So here is my short analysis of my review. Seriously, big thank you to you all. Yeah, I'm definitely nothing without my guys. I appreciate each and every one of them helping me out. They know that I appreciate them, so that's all that matters. But thank you, Sonia. I appreciate that. Always love to see the support for everybody. Yeah, and that's a good analysis, Sack Lunch. Businessman over a trader. It makes sense. A big thing with me, though, is that, like, if you can tell someone can't explain something, then they're probably not trading at all. Which, you know, because you can stream charts like this, make it look like you're trading. You could even Photoshop numbers and stuff. So it really is just, like, kind of tedious. But a lot of businessmen in the trading communities do that. It's very scummy, but it happens. I've personally gotten members from multiple groups that have reported and given me evidence of them being scammed or seeing, you know, just disgusting things by different chats, and it really does feel bad. And that's kind of how my chat initially started growing so much, was I had a lot of leftover people, basically, and I don't mean to call them leftovers. I definitely hold them to a higher standard than where they previously were. That's for damn sure. But yeah, I mean, it's a common occurrence. I see it a lot. But good on you, though, Sack Lunch, you know, realizing what kind of situation you're in, analyzing, you know, what should I do, and trying to move on. It's not easy to do that. To put a lot of energy, effort, and money, of course, your hard-earned money, into a group, and then for it to just end, or for you to want to leave it, you know, it's very hard for you to actually do that just because of how much energy you put into it. So good on you for applying extra energy to get out of it and just kind of put yourself in a better position. And regardless of you signing up in my chat or not, it's free to sit in trade floor. It's free to read the trade results. It's free to be in these streams. You know, I give out probably too much free info on everything. You know, we have the course, we have all that other stuff, but a majority of it is covered in the free info. You know, it's probably broken down better and a little more optimized in the course than some of the private info in the server, but all the info is out there. So there's pretty much nothing that I've sold that isn't out there for free as well. It just kind of depends on people. And I've had a lot of people who just want to join my chat just to support me. They don't even actually care about, you know, learning anything or trading anything, because they already are established traders. I've seen a lot of people just join just to support, which is crazy. Crazy cool. I mean, I'm not calling them crazy, but I appreciate them a lot. Well, I have a great career that I trade while I'm at, so your style works better for me because I don't have to be on top of it. Good stuff, then. But like I said, it's hard to move on, so I'm very happy for you. And I hope your future has a lot of positivity in front of you. Leftover. Oscar told me about your Discord back in 2017. I did not jump in until I think 2019 or 2020. You know, shout out to Oscar. Him and Dylan were the first two people around me from when I didn't even have a group yet. Dylan and Oscar, and they're still next to me too. So they've known me for 4+, almost 5 years now. Oscar's a pretty cool guy. And when I learned I could impress someone like Oscar, it really kind of took off for me, because it was like I always looked up to Oscar as like some really smart guy, super disciplined, super strong, has a good head on his shoulders, always, you know, planning the next move ahead in real life and in trading. You know, so when I impressed him, I was like, man, you know, we could really help some people out. Your YouTube uploads are a class. Pretty much. Some of them are really long, and then yeah, like, as a combination, it's like 330 videos now. It's a lot of videos. And I've been trying to upload less because a lot of my recent videos are the ones I want people to focus on. Like, basically all my videos moving forward are just going to be copycats of what I've already made, so I'm not uploading as much videos, and that's why I want to stream, because it's a little bit more live of an update. But everything's laid out. Yeah, I've been in a few different chats before winding up here. I now ignore all the others and focus on BB. By far the best interaction and support. Well, I appreciate you, Jack. Thank you for saying that. I was skeptical for a while based on other Discords, but hand down the best one I've been in. Appreciate that, Will. And that's what I mean. You know, it's hard to like get credibility when the, you know, trading community has such toxicity around it. It's very hard to have good credibility, and that's why I only focus on word of mouth. I don't pay for ads. I don't pay for promotions. If anybody shouts me out, it's out of their own goodwill. I'm not looking to do all that crap. We don't have 50 bots calling out different things in chat. Being able to message Bueller and actually getting amazing, helpful response is just priceless to me. And yeah, I have been a little slower lately on replying to DMs because there's so many more of them, which is good. I'm very happy to answer as many people as I can. But yes, I do answer literally every DM I get, whether it's Twitter, Instagram, Discord. I answer everything. Unless you're a bot or a scammer, of course, then I just block you. I was in one that closed suddenly and went dark. Turned out it was the best thing that happened. I found your Discord. I learned more here in weeks than in years in the other rooms. Thank you. Hey, nice, Dan. Sorry about your other chat closing, but I'm glad you found us. Glad to have you in here.
Yeah, very nice. Apple's still drifting up, and SPY's still holding at this yesterday high.
No you, Sylvia. No you. I found you through spaces on Twitter. Thought you and Keanu were the same person for the longest. No. Nope. Keanu was a student, or I don't even like to say the word student. I hate that word because I don't want to be the guy who's, oh, that's our teacher. Like, this is our mentor. I don't want to be like that. I just want to be y'all's friend. I'm not looking to be your mentor or teacher. Call me whatever you want. But he was one of those guys that was in my chat, not very early on, but pretty early on, before I really started getting growth. And he learned a lot of what he has now from my content, from a lot of what I push. So he does post a lot of my list and stuff. So I could see why you'd maybe see we were the same person for a bit, especially because I don't go to spaces. I don't know. I'm not on Twitter as much. I already handle too many social medias, so I'm not trying to be on like 50 different things. What Bueller said is true. Anyone can learn TA and take a few months to experience market and find your edge, but if you cannot be disciplined and follow your rule, you can't just go along with this job. Facts. It really does take discipline. It doesn't even take smart people. You don't have to be anything smart and even have a decent IQ. You can be dumb as rocks. But if you have really good discipline, you're good to go. That's all it really takes for this market is discipline. But that's also like the hardest thing to not just obtain, but to maintain. Lost 20K when I first started listening to my very first YouTuber. What a scammer he was, or at best a horrible trader. Yeah, I know a bunch of those. I took his trades and lost all my savings. Funny thing is, after a while, I learned this guy has most of his funds managed by a large firm. Now I'm where I should be. Bueller is the real deal. Hey, and that's a crazy story, man. You should not take anyone's trade. You can watch their signal and see why they do it. and the context behind of each trade. There's no trade that's the same. I'm sorry for your luck. Hey, and that's a good point too by Men, pointing, and this is what I tell people to do when they watch Barry, because Barry does call outs. I'll go to his channel now. But like when he got into Tesla here, you don't have to enter that. It's not saying get in. You have to get in, guys. You have to. He alerted it. It's just saying you could watch it. You don't have to enter it. Watch it. See how it works. See what he liked about it. Try to get some context on it. And then go back and see, oh, wow, he took profits. He trimmed. Go try to see where he trimmed. And he'll post a review at the end of the day. He doesn't just do this and then leave it open-ended. He will post a review at the end of the day. But that's a very good point by Men there. Never just take someone's signal. You should look to see what's the context. Why do they like it? What's the reasoning? Focus on the facts, not the googly eyes. Oh, I'm gonna make money.
People ask me pretty often when they're starting out how much money they should start within the stock market, and we always recommend getting your mental reps and stuff in. But even when you do move to that first phase, if you have access to $20,000-$50,000, that's great. You're better off than a lot of people. But you $500, man, throw $500, even $300. That's going to be able to get you to purchase quite a few contracts. And really just you don't want to jump to full force into the market. When you're first starting out, nobody really should be starting out with $20,000-$30,000 position size. You know how hard it is to get out of $30,000 worth of contracts and not get smacked by a bunch of slippage, or if you execute that many contracts at one time, it's not as easy as you think. There's a lot of you got to scale in, scale out. So there's a lot of stuff that goes with trading that big a size that you got to think about when you do get to that level.
Guys, check this trade out. This is someone I've been working with a little bit more. She's very smart in doing all this on her own. I'm just kind of outside guidance, if anything. But entered Apple calls when it held previous day high at 143.50s. Whoa, bubbles. Price pulled back, but still held with the bullish engulfing after. Pattern recognition. Lower volume on pullback, then we got increasing buyer volume. So she liked that it kind of had weak to strong. Used the 9 EMA and the levels as guide to stay in the trade. Snagged 112% on this trade. Amazing, amazing job. Let's look at this. She doesn't have the 9 EMA on, but I almost promise it's kind of like guiding like this. Something like that. So she liked the push up. She liked that it had lowering volume. She liked that it had a bullish engulfing, so she got in. And she exited on the new high at 145. This is a beautiful, beautiful trade review, because it breaks down why she entered, why she exited, why she held. She posted her profits, how much she made, and gave everything on it. Amazing job, though, Kid 83. That was amazing, seriously. And I know how hard she's been working for it. Spy scalp, a little risky here, but I like to hold at 394 and a good push off in the first 10 minutes over 395, which has been a big pivot this week. I also like to push back into CP off the drop candle this morning. Tesla was strong off market open, which I hesitated on entering. I will review this later. And gave me confidence to try a quick high of day scalp on SPY. 396.30 was my break above for longs today. Okay, so he just got a quick in and out. A very quick scalp. Like he said, SPY scalp. Beautiful job, DX Mac. That was very clean. And I'm very happy for your reviews these past couple weeks. You've been very consistent with it. Even if you do take a day or break, man, it's totally fine. Don't beat yourself up. But that beautiful, beautiful trade. Taylor here with another one. Been MIA. Wait. Oh, MIA. I was like, what? Did I ticker? Entry, clear rising volume on the 1 minute time frame. Low of last green candle broke playing levels. Very choppy trend indeed. So kind of like DX Max, he took it for just a quick pop on SPY. She took it for a quick drop on Neo, and then she got a quick pop. So everybody's taking scalps. You guys notice how everybody's scalping very quickly? Nobody's looking to hold trades that long. It's because my traders know this isn't a favorable market. This is not a time to be holding trades that long. They know that they shouldn't be holding that long, that they should try to aim for quick trades. So really good job, all of you who I just reviewed. That was amazing. Oh, 2 more fake Buellers in chat. Bye bye.
Work B, chug chug choo choo. 308. Push it up. Financial's not looking too bad. We're still going sideways in that range. Still could give you another trade on the day. SPY coming back through that yesterday high. Just got those wicks above at 3.50. Tesla previous intraday high.
For a second I thought it was boom typing, but you typed boom. SPY liked that retest there. Held it again. There's no movement to the upside there. They're still having struggles with the 397.50s area. It's really not going anywhere, man. It's kind of just in a range. I wouldn't really focus on trying to pick out where it's going to go before it happens. Looks like my Nvidia trade plan worked out. Talked about Nvidia short-term bulls above 173.15 towards 175, 176. We just almost hit 176 and we went above 175, so that looked really good. Past that, you have higher levels, of course, but probably not going to do that today. Let's go check the others. Tesla, we talked about short-term scalps. Oh, I typed it backwards on this one. Above 177.60s for bulls to try and show strength again. Pretty good movement. Had them push above it, fight it, held it for 30 minutes about, ended up pushing out of that squeeze, and then finally above the next level with rising volume. So that was a good indication. That was our main trade today, was taking Tesla to the upside. Boeing. Now this one was a little trickier. This one held a good bounce level at open, held a good retracement percentage from this pop, and then had one good pop. After that, they've just faded back down and they're back to square one and really haven't done much since then, so that one's kind of a void. Definitely sucks that we got just one good bounce and didn't really get any good continuation after that. But that just shows you how weak Boeing is up here, even with all that consolidation beforehand. From those, it's like 15 or 16 days within one candle or something like that. And then AMD, we said over 70.50 for short-term bulls. We're just now rejecting that still, or under 69, which we went straight to it this morning from open. We had that first push, then we sold off straight to 69, and then we held it, built a higher low, pushed over today's open, and there was a pretty good retest after that that led to 2 more legs up after that. But overall, looks like Tesla and Nvidia were the good ones on the list today. SPY, of course, good. AMD a little rough, and Boeing a little rough. Not a bad watch list, though, on a Friday and going into the next week where we know everything is going to be very indecisive. So not bad at all. Man, that's how you know it's the real me messaging you. No scammer would message you that.
XOM rejecting this pre-market high pretty good right now, coming down.
Tech did good today. Healthcare took that one nasty fall, held base up until this point. Discretionary held decent today. Comms held good. Financials held good. Industrials are green, but only ever so. Oh, actually, they're red ever so slightly. Staples slightly green, not bad. Real estate's up. Base is up. Utilities is up. Of course, energy's a little weak. So we actually had a pretty relatively just mild, strong day today, sector-wise, even with that information coming out this morning. So definitely not crazy to see. I would not be surprised, though, if we had a pullback before the end of the day and we closed closer to probably 395 or in between this 395, 396 range where we had all that consolidation for the longest time. Finally broke that short-term range after almost an hour and a half. And even then, we're still relatively inside of a range on the bigger and the previous day range.
at that previous high day, trying to break out now. Had a lot of nice sideway action on that one.
What is this song? It's like an angel was singing to me. Ex-JP Morgan gold trader found guilty of fraud and spoofing trial. Wow, go figure. Yeah, DX Mac. That song was hitting hard in the headphones. I know that. I'll link you the... I've been playing the same one multiple days. That song in particular was at like 3 hours and 17 minutes or 3 hours and 10 minutes into that playlist. It's like a almost 4 hour playlist. Or whatever you want to call it. I don't really know what to call it. A montage.
Montage of music.
Okay, getting some rock vibes in here now. All right.
Do a stream where you just DJ one day and make all your own beats.
That'd be kind of fun. I'd have to bring J-Bacon here since he actually makes beats. Netflix breaking, good call out. Let's go see that chart. Oh yeah, they are kind of breaking a little bit. Oh, they're right at it. They're like a hair off. They did break though on the 1 minute.
Eric B had a nice run and now it got smacked down in one candle.
Yeah, Tesla's probably about to come back down as well after this rejection here if it doesn't push higher. And let me get y'all's thoughts on this. Are these stream times good for y'all? Like, do y'all like that we stream 45 minutes before market and then stream for like 2-3 hours, sometimes more than that, after the market opens? I'm not going to do it anytime soon, but in the future, I would love to work towards doing full day streams. Kind of covering the more active part of the morning, cover the boring lunchtime, and then jump into looking at the power hour stuff. But let me know what y'all think or what y'all like, what y'all don't like. Check this out, guys. Will, the guy that was in here typing, he said, have to keep listening. Damn, that looks clean. Oh, it's a iPad, I see. I have the same iPad. I used to have that case. I can't find my pencil, but I know it's somewhere around. Dude, you're a real one. Let me zoom in on that. Damn. I don't look too bad. Not too shabby. I'm also looking at this because I wanted to add a text box that shows like a channel in the chat, like the trade floor or like, I don't know, something. But it looks like there's no room for it really. Probably just leave it as is then. Okay. I think it's great. Listen away while at work. Oh, I gotta scroll up. Y'all saying yes. Pre-market stream, even there should be a lot of value. Even just that would be a lot of value. Okay, good. Love the pre-market. I'm really glad y'all's favorite part is the pre-market because that's where I put most of my energy and focus, and that's kind of where the initial thoughts come from. And a lot of the time, I'm not being cocky, but a lot of the time I'm right on a lot of the analysis I cover in the morning because I'm just covering both sides. I'm covering just the facts of the chart from the bigger to smaller time frame. And not only does it help me give out the info, but it just helps me interpret the info a little bit easier because you're kind of taking it from bigger to smaller picture. Appreciate you, Sonia. Appreciate that, Isaiah. Especially the pre-market prep. Cool, cool. Perfect stream times currently. Maybe working in once a week, a stream in the morning, a break, then the last hour of trading. Oh, that would be smart. Kind of make it like an interval thing, like on Tuesdays or Thursdays or something. We could like cut out early and then end of day I stream for like an hour or two. That wouldn't be a bad idea. Yeah, same, Daffy. Yeah, no problem, Matt. Holding your 30-minute open range breakout. Let me see the 30 and then I'll go down to the 10. Yeah, because they pushed that. They're at that next area because they kind of need to get back past 175, 176s. And then they have that 178.25 in that general area. But let me see the 10-minute since that's what you asked. And yeah, they're still holding very well. I'd say this looks good for another pop, but you have to pay attention to the market because the market's not ready to pop. This might not go by itself, but this is definitely the next area to look over. But it looks like as long as you hold over this 173.80s, you should have another pop. This by itself is what that tells me. But again, like I said, you have the general market. It looks a little tired. We did just break a decent trend line on the 5-minute. Looks like the 10 minutes. Nope, 10-minute broke as well. So that's my only thing is that even though NVIDIA looks good by itself, Matt, the general market does not look that hot. So I'm just kind of giving you a warning, but NVIDIA does look good for a little bit more upside. Are you going to keep this pretty consistent? Yep. I've been streaming for 4 months now. Publicly, though, we've just done the past 2 weeks. So I could say, and I've only missed I think 3 days in that entire 4 months, and 2 of them were CPI days, or Fed days. So I really didn't see the point in streaming or trading that day, because I want to push people not to trade on certain days. I'm going to be that guy that tells you, yo, don't freaking trade today. There's not that much good, information coming out. It's not, everyone's always like, are we going up or down today? There's a third option. The tertiary movement is sideways, left to right, consolidating, getting a lot of choppy price action. And a lot of people always say, oh, that's boring, but it's a need. It's almost a must, because without consolidation, without choppy days, without choppy price action, you just have parabolic moves up and down. You don't have anything in between. So they are a must to fuel the next moves. And you also have to incorporate the fundamentals of what's happening around the market. What's going on right now? Okay, well, we're waiting for anticipation of news next week with the Fed meeting, maybe another Powell meeting possibly after that, and all the questions after that. So we have to really focus on the interest rate news coming out and all that good stuff. So that's also kind of messing with it. And that just makes you think logically, like, okay, well, maybe big money, or, just in general money, doesn't want to make price in an obvious position, because we're still holding a good uptrend on the bigger time frames from our 348 lows, or whatever that was. 348, 350 area. But we have just so much. It's a news driven market, so they're moving price due to news. So it really is kind of play your own risk. But that's my whole point. Is that's why I always like to be in y'all's ear and say, hey, today's probably not going to be a hot day. And I covered this at the beginning of the week. I covered it Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, again today. And I do this because I want you guys to be a little bit more prepared than the average individual who thinks, oh, we're going to go up or down. Like, no, we could also go to the right. So I like to be that voice for y'all. But I appreciate that you guys like the pre-market the most, because that is definitely my favorite part of the streams. Nice, Nairu. I'm very happy to hear you learned something this week. Appreciate that. And the break helps you, helps us. Pick a power hour day when there is an important level event. Okay, maybe we could do it like that then. And thank you, Sandollar, for the feedback. I'll be sure to try and incorporate that into the streams. Definitely not bad risk, Mel, just because of, all the fear everywhere. Plus, we get a lower open on Monday. I'm really not going to be that surprised. I would almost say that's almost inevitable. It's just the question is by how much. See you later, Will. Have a great rest of your weekend, man. Be safe. Pre-market starts at 5:45 Pacific Standard Time. However, I'm up at 5:15 every day since I joined you. That is how much I look forward to it, and I'm not even doing real trading, just learning for now. Good stuff, Sonia, and I'm very happy to hear you don't feel pressured to take trades every day or to take them yet while you're still trying to grow yourself. Pick up on your confidence, pick up on a little bit of your knowledge. I really like that, Sonia. It's very hard for a lot of people to do that. I don't know if you noticed that or not, but a lot of people find it very easy to feel pressured and jump into trades, while I've seen you hold exceptional strength through this exact topic. So great work, Sonia. Very happy to see that. And thank you. I'm glad to hear that you're excited for the streams each day. That means a lot to me. I'm not going to lie. It does impress me whenever I start the stream early and throw that coming or starting soon screen on, and then I come back and I see there's like 70 to 100 something of y'all in here. That it blows my mind every time. It's like, wow. Like, because normally what I'm used to is like just a smaller number of people, and most of them are pretty tired in the morning. So when I see that many of you in here, I'm like, damn, like these guys are ready to go. You know, y'all are ready to learn, ready to grow. And that's the kind of energy you have to have.
Meta finally hit that yesterday high.
There you go. I like how DX Max said a great emotional stability. I'm up at 4:45 every day. Workout starts at 5:30. Kids up by 6:30. Breakfast and off to school, and then I'm reading charts by 8:15. Man, you have a full morning ahead of you, John. But I bet you're one disciplined individual. It's very impressive that you have that routine every day. But I guess you have to, you know, kids and all that. You got to fight on for them. But good stuff, John. Very happy to hear that, man. I'm glad to have you in here. Like I said, I'm really happy to have a lot more mature people in here. I really do appreciate each and every one of you. It also kind of helps with traffic because I don't want, 10 randoms joining in here and being like, what are we buying? What are we selling? And then you guys will control it for me. I don't even have to worry about it. And I also know that they won't sway any of you. It's not even just about controlling it. If someone was to come in here and say, buy this, buy this, buy this. I almost promise 100% of you are not going to buy it because, why would I do that? That just seems random, and that's what I want. I want mature individuals. 4 kids, no choice. Impressive, man. I hope they aren't too crazy on you.
Tesla's about to make new high day.
You lying, are you? Why would I lie about that?
That's right there.
I'm trying to find my quad witching note.
Next Friday, right?
Yeah, next Friday. Oh, I forgot BB Bot used to be my channel. It's probably in there. Nope, I don't know where it is. I'll just type it. Oh, I found it. I found it. Damn, this is an old note. I'll show you all the note that I have for quadruple. I made this like a long time ago. Quadruple witching occurs on the third Friday of the month of every quarter in March, June, September, and December. This refers to the simultaneous expiration of... Holy crap, this song's loud. That saxophone's coming in hard, isn't it? Let me start over. Occurs on the third Friday of the month of every quarter in March, June, September, and December. This refers to the simultaneous expiration of single stock options, single stock futures, and stock index options and stock index futures. On these days, the market experiences increased volume and volatility. One of the main reasons for the increased activity is the options and future contracts that are profitable settle automatically with offsetting trades. Tip: on days of indecision in the market, and it also being a Friday, it may be good to avoid trading. As a beginner or someone protecting their money, you should still at least monitor the market on these special days. You should still go through the many posted videos, lessons, strategies, and tips to help improve your trading and technical analysis. Oh, that's where you posted it. I was wondering where you sent that. I saw it and then I didn't see it. This is the one that Sandollar posted in my premium chat. A little extra notes for you guys. Good stuff though, Sandollar. Thank you for sharing that. Appreciate that.
Yeah. Next week after the Fed's gonna be fun. Fun couple of days for sure. We're gonna have people repositioning, getting moved around. Definitely gonna be some nice scalps.
I'm inviting in Darren in here. I'm not going to bring you in here next week.
You don't play video games all next week? Meta's trying to get over that yesterday high now. Slowly but surely.
All right, guys, I think I'm going to end the stream there. But I want to go over SPY one more time, go over the bigger and the smaller time frame. But remember that the Sunday stream on at 5 p.m. my time, Central Standard Time, 6 Eastern, 4 Mountain, and 3 Pacific time on Sunday p.m. That is when we will be doing another stream. But I do want to go over this one more time. And yes, Mel, I do believe we'll get one more pullback before the end of today. Maybe not anything major, but I do believe you'll probably see 395.50s again. So keep watching, or 396.20s. But overall, on the bigger time frames, smaller time frames first, look for pullbacks under 396s towards 395s. Nothing major there. You know, we're still just inside of the range on the smaller and the bigger time frame. For upside movement, you're going to need to see them not just push, but hold on top of 397.30s to really get us to that pre-market high. If not, no biggie. They did do a pretty impressive recovery since that big drop this morning from the data that came out. But overall, let's go to the bigger time frames. Let's cover what's possible. So on the bigger time frames, all of these are charted from the, the monthly, and then I have some smaller time frame levels like on the daily. Like I mark this candle because this is kind of like the last thing we need to get by to reach 415, 417, 420. And then I have a couple in here from our huge area of consolidation where we popped up above here after the CPI, and we just kind of sat here for like 12 days, a little bit more than that, and still here to this day. So you can see even with all this movement, we're still just in range. So really putting us in a position where it's perfectly indecisive, kind of 50-50 before next week's big news. So we're definitely going to have to pay attention to how we react to this support here at 392s. If we end up cracking this first blue area right here, we're going to most likely have to retest this area. If we crack this area, we're going to have to retest 385 and possibly go fill the rest of that gap and make it down to this bottom blue area here. If we do not do any of that, let's talk about bullish scenario. If we end up holding this area and having a higher open where you get good bullish momentum into the news and after the news, then we should see a push towards 400 and 402s, 403s. If we see a push over that area, we have to expect that they want to retest 407 and possibly 410, which is kind of crazy I'm even saying this again. So we really are in a 50-50 spot with the dollar in the exact same scenario, kind of in a 50-50 spot, or if they get that lower open and hold under the low, there's a good chance we're going to see them push down, which would be good for bullish on SPY. If we were end up holding this area of demand and we end up pushing back above the 106s, this is going to be very bearish for SPY. So not only did they put the SPY into a 50-50 scenario, they put the dollar in a 50-50 scenario, which is almost our perfect kind of outside confluence to watch with the market, just to help give us better direction. But overall, I really like how this week played out. I really was huge on advocating for us probably getting a smaller pullback into this area at least. I said this was possible, but we didn't get that to happen. And after we held this support, I strictly remember me saying I would not be surprised if we got 3 really small green days or got a couple small red days and just kind of held this general trend line. And we ended up doing that. We kind of held with just very, very low volume, as you can see over the past 3 days, and we really didn't move much. And this is why I always advocate for not just planning for up and the downside, but also remembering there are going to be days we have to assume that are going to trade to the right, which is not the easiest thing to look at when you're first starting out trading. But over time, as you start to look at the bigger time frames, where you'll start to realize like, okay, wow, I see what he meant by that. You know, we had such a large pullback. We started hitting the major support, which if they wanted to take out the support, they're going to need a lot of volume, because look how much volume is sitting on top of this level, on top of this little blue area. There's a lot of volume there. So they really do need a lot to break that, which next week's news will bring that volume in. So we'll have to see if they want to crack it or if they want to keep us above. It is priced in that we're most likely going to be doing a half-point hike and a quarter-point hike in February. But again, nothing is set in stone. Just because they price it in doesn't mean we can't go down, doesn't mean we can't go up anymore. They could definitely take this in either direction. So definitely be on the lookout for that next week. We had a pretty good list. 3 out of the 5 that I covered this morning on the actual list itself did really well. And then a majority of what we covered did pretty well, even with the kind of quotation boring day today. But I really do think these past 3 days were a need or a must before we get into next week's bigger news and bigger volatility coming out. So again, I hope you guys have a great weekend. Thank you guys so much for being here, for engaging, interacting, updating, adding information of your own. Again, it's not about just following me and Devin. You guys also add tons of good information in here, and I really do appreciate the feedback we get from y'all. It's very constructive. It's very helpful. It helps me kind of add quality to the stream to make sure I'm covering the right things with you guys. And we never sit here and say, you know, buy this, short this, buy this, short this. We cover ideas. We cover, oh, this looks good for Tesla. Cover it over this level. You can leave a stop here. You can target towards here and here. I always cover both sides just because I don't want to be that guy that's sitting here going, all right, guys, we're grabbing Tesla calls. We're grabbing Tesla calls. I want to make sure that we're sitting here and covering this in a mature fashion. And so far, so good. But we're going to keep it up. Maintaining is the hardest part. So let's continue to work together on this. But I'll see you guys later on. Thank you guys for the 200 plus likes on today's stream. We hit the big goal. So expect the Sunday stream. I'll drop an announcement on my YouTube. It should pop up if you're subscribed. And then it'll pop up in the announcements of your whatever, you know, indications or what do you call it? It'll pop up in your whatever inbox on YouTube whenever I'm going live. So you'll see it. And I'll make sure to tag the normal spots when I go live. But I will be here 5 p.m. Central. So I'll see y'all then. But again, I hope you guys have a really, really good weekend. I hope you guys have a safe, fun weekend. Don't go crazy. Try not to drink too much. Don't drink and drive. But I'll see you guys on Sunday, and then we'll have a great week going into next week. But again, if you need to reach out to me, my socials are at the top of the stream. Bueller Trading on Instagram, Twitter. And if you need the link to my Discord to hit me up, it's right there in the link of the bio on YouTube. So I'll catch y'all later. Have a great weekend. And again, thank you.